Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, if the governor said you were, you are.
Greg is the second. And then I can make
We don't have no.
Greg and I go way, way.
How long is either one of us? Do you do anything? Should be. Yeah. There's only one thing. Yeah.
Well, a little bit better, we got about an inch.
So it's still, that would be the only still drop on.
With that rain.
Mr. Chairman, we do have live feed now.
I don't know.
I'm concerned about Cottington County one.
I can hear Angela talking right now.
Yeah, both of them. Things over there. Rain here this last week. I just unmuted it.
Jordan was saying that they go down, they got a line of credit with the bank.
I didn't know what to expect yet. I haven't.
Doing this lots on about $300.
It does, like they said.
Yeah, I think the other one was like one of those. For whatever, where they are on that. That seems to be the way it's supposed to be. One step forward, two steps back. Start getting yeah, the New Forest Plan Amendment, they did.
We wrote that grant.
Yeah, definitely have a lot of feet. Good.
Okay, welcome everybody to our State Conservation Commission meeting. It's a little bit unusual time, but I hope it accommodates everybody's travel situation. First thing I think it'd be appropriate to do is do some introductions, just for the benefit of our newest members. So I think if we could go around the table, starting over here, and then ending with Jason.
Okay, you go first?
Yeah.
Jordan Turgeon, the Department of Ag and Natural Resources, Division of Resource Conservation and Forestry.
April Ryder, Department of Ag and Natural Resources, Senior Secretary.
Alex Roper with Resource Conservation and Forestry in Pierre.
Paul Lorenzen, Watershed Protection Administrator, Department of Ag and Natural Resources.
Bill Smith, Division Director, Division of Resource Conservation and Forestry, Department of Ag and Natural Resources. Mr. Chairman, I also have our new grants and loans person on the Teams meeting, Dave Bartlett. So he's
Okay.
listening in. Dave, can you unmute and introduce yourself to the commission? Dave, we're showing you unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I apologize. I think you can hear me now, right?
Yep, we can hear you now, Dave.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm very excited about joining the team, and this is my first full week. Good morning to everybody. I guess it's afternoon there. It's still morning in Rapid City, but just a little bit about myself. Originally from Oregon, grew up in just south of Portland, Oregon, and met my wife in school in Washington State. And after we got married, we moved to Sioux Falls. My wife's originally from Hitchcock, South Dakota, and retired from the Air National Guard, worked for the state of Washington for the Revenue Department, Washington State Revenue from 2019 until just recently. And again, I'm just real excited to join the team.
Okay, thank you, Dave. We welcome you to the team and to South Dakota, and hope you enjoy your time here. We'll try not to ask you any hard questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dwayne Schneider, Roberts County, State Conservation Commissioner.
He has, I think he has what am I trying to say?
Longest commute?
Longest commute of any of the commissioners up in the far northeast corner. I'm Doug Hanson, chairman. I'm also a little bit short of Dwayne's distance from Webster. I've been on the commission for several years.
Gene Williams, I'm from Jackson County, west of Kadoka.
Tom Glover, I'm from Burke, South Dakota. I represent the conservation or the water development districts. Been on here for more years than I probably need to be, but.
I'm Dean Odden from Reed Heights. I'm Hampton County Conservation District Supervisor, and I represent the South Dakota Conservation District Association on the commission.
Charlie Moe, I'm from Rosebud.
How many years have you been on the commission, Charlie?
I haven't got enough fingers with those.
Okay.
I'm Greg Jostin, and I am a timber industry representative on the commission, and this is my first meeting.
Welcome you, Greg.
Actually, the second meeting I've attended, but this is my first meeting as a commissioner. So.
Jason Preble, I'm kind of in the green industry for quite a while. I'm currently the urban forester in Rapid City, and I've got a lot to learn, I think.
Welcome to you, Jason. We look forward to having both you and Greg on the commissions. So, since there are just a few, would the people in the audience please introduce themselves, starting with Angela.
Angela Ehlers, I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Conservation, of the association, and I don't know what else you don't already know about me.
We'll hear more from Angela, I presume, later in the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Katie Schultz, I'm the District Manager at the Hocking County Conservation District in Phillip.
Mary Beth Frabel, Stanley County Conservation District, Fort Pierre.
Mike Larson, Assistant State Conservationist for Field Operations for the Pierre area, for representing South Dakota NRCS.
Colette Kessler, Assistant for Partnerships for NRCS, and out of the Huron office for a few more hours.
Welcome to all of you. I don't think we'll go through all the people who may be on the phone, but I'll just ask if there are any people listening on the phone. If you choose to speak during our meeting, please identify yourself. So the next thing rule of order is that we have to ask for any disclosure of any conflicts of interest by commission members. So I'll ask, if any commission members have any conflict of interest that they need to disclose.
My home district will be applying for a grant today, and I'll set that one up.
Okay, we'll make that note for everybody that if any of you have a grant application in your home district or where you reside, that you abstain. Okay, thank you. Move down our agenda. Introduction is already done. We have minutes of our January meeting in our binder. Assuming you've all read over those prior to the meeting, and I'll ask if anyone has any corrections to be made, or if someone would move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion was by Greg, right? Charlie, second by Gene. Any more discussion? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Excuse me. Proper rules of order in South Dakota is that we have a roll call vote on every motion. So, all those in favor will say aye, and April will call the roll.
Tom?
Aye.
Bruce? Jean?
Aye.
Charlie? Dean? Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye. Okay, motion's carried. Your next tab, you'll find a list of upcoming meetings and events. Typically, we need to officially authorize commission members' travel to various meetings. So, since April is almost over, I think we disregard that list. Now, coming up, there are some meetings. So, is there any travel that you're aware of, other than we'll talk about the area meetings in just a minute? Any other meetings other than area meetings that are will require travel by the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, we do know of the Northern Plains Region meeting in Helena, towards the end of June. One thing, I do know our travel budget's gonna be really tight in June, so I'm not even sure if we'll be sending staff to that one at this point. So, but I just wanted to make sure the commission was aware of it. And then there is the Governor's Ag Summit to, June 25th through the 26th here at Larkspur Landing.
Does anyone ever go to that? Any commissioners?
Historically, I think we've only had one or two instances where commissioners attended, but we just want to make sure you're aware of it.
Mr. Chairman, regarding the Helena meeting, the NACD region, we will probably have representatives there, so if, to help cut costs, if we can, we would offer to, allow you to ride share. We've done that before, so, I believe Carl Jensen will be going out from the Deerfish, and I don't know if Trevor's going.
I talked to him last night, I know, he's ready to be.
I know, but he's gotta last till October. Anyway, but so, yeah, and I may be going out to that, so we may be able to at least help you with mileage. I'm not sharing a room with any of you though.
And also, if you are interested, since it is an out-of-state meeting, I'd have to do an out-of-state travel request and have Secretary Roberts sign on it, so. If you're interested, I gotta know, fairly soon.
Okay, we'll let it go at that. Let the record show, one of our esteemed members just arrived. Bruce?
My apologies.
we've already done the introduction, so I'll let you introduce yourself, Bruce.
Bruce Haynes from the Mitchell area. Happy to be here today. Road construction is not my friend. So,
Better late than never.
I thought I was gonna have to walk here.
And I'll just reintroduce your seat partner there, Greg.
Hi, Greg.
I don't know if you met, and Jason on the end.
Hi, Jason, how are you?
Rapid City. Both from Rapid City, right?
Happy to have them.
Both tree guys.
We love them.
Okay, next, in June are the area meetings. Typically, we like to have representation of the commission, at least one person at each area meeting, so.
But we have a board meeting in May too, if someone wants to come to that. I don't have a date.
Okay. So, do we wanna take time right now to see who's gonna go to which meeting?
I would be willing to try to do the, Isabel, the northwest area. And if I'm doing that, I also might like to try to go to the evening thing for Rangeland Days in Belle Fourche. That's when they have the oral presentations from some of the students that evening, so.
Okay. So, let the record show Jean will attend the Isabel meeting and also Belle Fourche meeting in the evening, which isn't an area meeting, but a event. Okay, how about the, Hills area, Rapid City? You guys?
One of us will be there.
Okay.
For sure, so.
One or both?
Both of us, yeah.
Okay. Jason and Greg. Presho, anybody? Charlie?
I may make that one too. It's kind of a toss-up between there and Mitchell. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Lebanon.
Dean.
Dean, okay. Mitchell.
I'll try to make it. Have a little doctor's appointment, switch around, so I'll try to make it.
You can put me on there too. I'll either go to Presho or Mitchell.
Okay. How about anybody in the Brookings area?
And that meeting will be at the Outdoor Adventure Center in Brookings. Jason, I'm gonna need your email to keep you up to date.
Okay, nobody right offhand to go to that one. Fort Sisseton.
Yep.
I think we know who.
Yep, are you coming also?
Yeah, okay, we'll leave the Brookings one open at this point, unless anyone volunteers. Okay, is there anything else that we need to put on the agenda before we proceed? Not? Then we'll go, any correspondence that we should be aware of?
Mr. Chairman, other than loan requests, and amendments to grants and grant applications, we don't have anything to report.
Okay, any commissioners received any hate mail or love letters or anything? Okay, good. Okay, loan report. Jordan, this is your time.
Chairman Hanson, so I'm gonna give a quick and dirty about the loan report here. So currently we have 6.
Steps that, they
Oh,
wanna
that-
follow along?
That is on
Tab
tab 3.
Tab 3.
Yep.
Yep.
Excuse me. Alright, I'll start over. So, starting off, we have 6 new loans this fiscal year. You can see all those. We broke the loan report up to be 2 pages, so it's a little easier to read, so they'll be right beside each other. So we have 6 new loans this fiscal year. We have 5 that are closing, We currently have 31 existing loans in our portfolio. So that comes out to payments due this fiscal year. We have about $300,000 due before the end of the fiscal year, with about $262,000 being in principal and $25,000 in interest. We have a total current outstanding with all the loans of about $770,000. At the top of the very first page, you can see we have the accumulated interest from the House Bill 1210 back in 2022, and that sits at about $169,000. So that leaves us with a current available cash balance of $2,625,787.84. We have 2 pending loans to review today, and the total for those 2 loans together would be $120,347.77. That's all I have for the revolving loan report.
Any questions, Jordan? Jordan, could you give just a very brief history of the loan program, how it suddenly blossomed?
Our loan program is another pool of money that we were allocated $3 million.
There was an original one.
There was an original one, okay.
$125,000 in 1965.
$125,000 in 1965. Then that's built up, and so what this loan program does is it allows districts to come in and to purchase equipment and various things, help refinance higher interest loans at a fixed rate of 3%. Then we generally have them be 5-year loans. So it's just another way for districts to have some more funds to operate, to do their day-to-day activities. There are some stipulations with things you cannot purchase, but it's generally open to most equipment needs and things that such. So.
Cannot pay for regular district operations, cannot buy land, cannot buy buildings.
Rumor has it that Angela and the association were instrumental in getting this increase passed in the
And Roger Chase, Representative Roger Chase out of here. And then Tom made the excellent suggestion to make sure that we earned interest on this money. So Tom has a big role to play in getting that $170,000 of interest so far.
All in all, it's been a good program for districts, giving them some flexibility to acquire equipment. Okay. Thanks, Jordan. What else on the loans?
Well, if you want me to keep going, I can talk about the loan applications we have. Yeah. All right, first up, we have a loan application from Coddington Conservation District. They're applying for $60,000. Oh, excuse me. That's tab 4. That's the first thing on your tab 4 is the application here. They're applying for $60,000. They're looking to get some funds for operating expenses for this spring. If Deanna is on the call, I'll have her talk about this. She appears to be in. Okay. Deanna, you can take the floor.
Shut on mute. No, she's muted currently. No, not there. She has to unmute.
I know, I'm just looking. I don't see her.
That's her, 880.
Maybe she can't believe she's on the phone. Did you hard mute her? I had to go see feedback. You try to unmute her?
I can't. So sure, this is such a good idea. Deanna, if you're there, we can't hear you. You appear to be muted. If you're 880-562 on.
It's a 6-month loan, basically, it's kind of a bridge loan, is what they're looking for.
It's somewhere around that, it's like 100 and
it doesn't violate any, we're straight, there isn't any use of the money that is contrary.
Hi, Deanna.
No, the law specifically says they can buy supplies.
You should be able to just hit
And
the
so
unmute on your
on the
phone.
second page of the loan application,
Just
they
try
have
that.
all the list of debts.
Cause we were getting
debtors,
feedback on
and
from
the
you.
dollar amounts for everybody that they're having to pay. So
Okay,
it's,
yep, bye.
you can see the Big Sioux Nursery and
Okay, bye.
Cherokee Manufacturing, other trees, just nursery and tree stuff, so.
Deanna's, she's gonna unmute herself, it's her there.
Okay.
Should we wait?
Yeah, I'd wait for her, so she can talk about it. Otherwise, I'll just, there she goes. Deanna, I think or you're unmuted now, I think. Unless she just hung up and was redialing.
I think she's redialing it.
Yeah, she must be redialing.
Just approve the loan, be done with it.
Pretty much.
Any sign of
Not yet, she apparently hung up and was redialing in. There she is, I bet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, there she is.
Oh, geez, I'm so sorry. I was down at the shed doing tree orders, and then in the car, it muted me, and it said punch this to unmute, and I didn't know how.
Okay.
Yeah, what we're looking for, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is your time to give us some background on this loan.
Right.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we are in dire straits in Cottington County. We basically ran out of money in March, and we're just looking to get a bridge loan, basically, because I had to order $20,000 worth of fabric and $10,000 worth of stakes to be able to do the work that we're going to do, and that's all net 30. I just ordered this stuff. I know Jordan said that if we were approved, we wouldn't be looking at getting checks until June. But I've talked to the vendors, and they're willing to work with us because we're not going to get payments from our producers until, July or whenever everything's done. We've collected a couple deposits so far, but we're just looking for a loan to get us through to pay for the things that we need to put the trees in, the nursery bills, the fabric, and the tubes. And then once we get all the payments, we will be able to pay it back.
Okay, any questions or comments from staff, Jordan, or Bill?
The only question I have, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Deanna, do you folks have a line of credit that you could use if the loan's not approved?
Yeah, we have a line of credit at the bank that we got set up, but the interest rate's at 8%.
Okay, was there a question of Commissioner G?
I was just wondering, is there a reason that the request is only for 6 months' time rather than a year? Because you're dealing with government and, who knows, I mean, every September 30th, we seem to have a debacle of some type, going on, so I mean, is there any reason why you just made it for 6 months rather than have it termed for a year and give yourself a little bit more breathing time in case there's other hiccups?
Well, I guess, we were just looking at, by the time it was issued in May, 6 months from that is what, November? October, November, that we would have all of our trees. We have 40 acres of trees to do this year, and we've never had that much. Since I've been here, it's been in the 28 range. So we just figured we would have all the payments in by then, and then we could just get it taken care of, because we don't want to carry over and use it, use any of that money for anything else. We want to just okay, we can pay these bills and then we can pay it back, and hopefully with that many acres and a few more CRP acres that we'll get back on our feet, so then we won't have to get another one next year.
Okay. One concern that came to my mind was, is there any risk that this becomes an annual thing for more and more districts? Well, we'll get a short-term operating loan, which creates some administrative complications with staff. So, Deanna, I think I heard you just say you're hoping not to have to do this next year. Do you see any?
Yeah, that. Well, my board, we did go talk, we haven't gotten county funding for years in Coddington, and we did go talk to the county, on the 21st. We went and talked to the County Board of Commissioners, and they were receptive. None of the current board was here. We used to get county funds. Ken Bundy is our president. He thought it was back in like 1996 when they stopped doing it. So this, all new members, they seemed receptive to it. They told me to get our proposal submitted by the end of May because, they'll be reviewing everything in June. So we're hopeful, that we would get some county support, which would help our situation. We've just had, in the last 6 years that I've been here, so many repairs and upkeep on equipment that wasn't done. We're spending $10,000 a year just to try and keep stuff running. That eats into your operating money, after a few years. So, and we have 3 loans currently. We've always been able to pay them on time. We're almost done paying them, so once we get those paid off, that obviously changes our financial situation too, and we don't have 3 loan payments to make every year. So we're hoping we're about to turn a corner.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions? Great.
Mr. Chair, I don't really have so much of a question as to the loan itself and the need for the loan. Just reviewing the paperwork that was sent in, I did have a kind of a concern that I saw, and it kind of gets into the weeds a little bit. So if you'll allow me a little bit of latitude here to speak to that. I was looking at the species list for what they're going to be planting this year, and while I have to commend the district, they're doing a lot of work and getting a lot of trees in the ground, and I think that's a great thing. But it looks to me like there's basically 2 different sets of trees. There's conservation grade stock, and then there's what I refer to as ornamental stock. And what concerned me was looking at the list of ornamental stock from, I guess it was Bailey Nurseries. There's an awful lot of maple. In fact, I calculated it out to be about 62% of the ornamental trees are maple trees. Now, right now, the state is facing an increase in emerald ash borer, which is attacking our ash trees, okay? And there's really no way to stop it except, you can slow it down through pesticide application. Individual tree pesticide application every year gets very expensive. Emerald ash borer is basically going to cost the state millions of dollars to remove all these dead ash trees. And that is a result of the state replacing the elms that were killed by Dutch elm disease back in the 60s and 70s with a single species, and that was green ash, okay? And what I'm concerned about is that we're looking at maples to replace the ash tree. And we already have an invasive insect and it's not in South Dakota yet, but it's been found on the East Coast. It's moved as far west as Ohio, and that's the Asian longhorn beetle. And what it does is it attacks maple trees. It attacks all hardwoods, but it most specifically likes maple trees. And what it does is it's a wood borer. It bores dime-sized holes all up through the tree and disrupts the conductive tissue, weakens the branches, they die and fall apart. And it's a real problem out east. And my concern is if, our conservation districts are the lead tree planters in the state, really. And if they're relying too much on single species, then 40 years from now, we could be faced with the same problem in our communities or even in our windbreaks as we're faced with now, with an overabundance of a single species. And so what we really need to do, and I hope Cottington and Hamlin Conservation District take this to heart, is we need to diversify our species that we're planting in our communities and our windbreaks. So that if we have a species-specific insect that comes into the state, it's not gonna wipe out our community tree canopies or wipe out windbreaks all across the state. So that's just a word of caution I'd like to make, because I noticed for the ornamental stock, 62% of the of Cottington or of Hamlin County's species or genera were maples, and for Cottington County, 53% of what they're planting are maples, and those numbers are kind of scary. If that continues and goes on year after year after year, we're going to have an overabundance of maples. And I haven't been. I'm a retired state forester, and I haven't been in that job now for almost 4 years. But I can remember Dr. John Ball saying back when I was still a state forester that we have too many maples in the state. And that's going to be our next problem, is if we get a species that attacks maple trees, and like I say, there's already an invasive in the country that's doing that, then we're going to be faced with huge costs in the future of removing maple trees. So it's just a cautionary statement I'd like to make to the Conservation District, and I know that we don't usually get this kind of detail for the grants or loans that we provide, but it just raised a red flag for me, so I wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, for that important message, yes.
Can I address that?
Yes.
I appreciate your input on that. And I just wanted to let you know that I actually, when I put my trees on my order form, I talk to Dr. Ball every year to make sure that I'm putting things that are appropriate. And I'm actually going to do my last Arbor Day presentations this afternoon. I'm going to have talked to 376 fourth graders, every fourth grader in the county. Every class that I talk to them about emerald ash borer and the need for diversification, hoping that it'll plant that seed so when they are homeowners, they'll remember that. And when people order trees from me, I will not fill an order for all maples. I talk to each customer when they contact me, and if they say, I want 5 autumn blaze maples, they're so pretty. So then I explain to them the reason that I don't want them to put all maples in their yard. And I haven't had anybody argue with me on that. They're like, oh, I didn't realize that. So at least in Cottington County, we are educating people on that. We still have to give people what they want, but we explain to them why they shouldn't want that or, shouldn't have all of that, because we sold all the oak trees, and I have a hard time convincing them of like the honey locust and hackberry. I have a few of those left, but otherwise everybody else has been placing orders and they're diversifying their trees after I'm able to educate them. So hopefully that makes you understand, I guess, that at least in Cottington, we're trying to educate people on why you can't have maples everywhere.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you for that. I think good dialogue that needs to be.
I would move to approve the loan request.
I'll second.
Okay. We've got a motion now from Gene to approve the loan request from Cottington County, seconded by Bruce. Any more discussion on that? no further discussion. All those in favor will say aye, opposed nay, and April will call the roll.
Tom?
Aye.
Bruce?
Aye.
Gene?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye. Motion carried. Okay.
Alright, next up on the agenda, if you file through, I don't think we have it tabbed out, it's just in that same, tab 4 section. I just have to go through a few different pieces of paper to find the loan application. But we have Dewey County, they are looking for $63,959 to refinance existing loan number 1106. I think I saw Angie was on the line.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for taking a look at this. This is for Dewey County. We're just asking for a refinance of the loan that we got from you guys a couple years back. That initial loan was to help us get back. I mean, Dewey had been defunct, and so we needed money to get going and purchase equipment and all that kind of stuff. And we were able to make the first couple of payments for that loan on time, but our annual profit margin is just so narrow, and we were just so tight that it's really, really prohibitive to try to make that high of a loan payment every single year. So we were talking with Mr. Smith and your accountant, and we were kind of looking at if we refinanced it out to the 5 years and we brought the payment down, it would essentially almost half our annual payment, which would be far more feasible for us to handle. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that.
Okay, thank you, Angie. Any comments? Bill?
Mr. Chairman, a few years back, Grant Conservation District was in a very similar situation with their tractor. And the commission or the district worked with staff and the commission to do a refinance there as well. It's pretty simple process since we'll have to extend the UCC filing, but there won't be a new check because they already have the money in that place. We'll just have to redo the loan paperwork to have the new payment and the new end date. So it's a little bit like if you go in and have a mortgage where you pay 6% interest and you refinance to 4%. So it's a fairly straightforward process for us, and we've done it before.
Okay, any questions of Bill or Angie? If not, what's the feeling of the group?
I'll make a motion, we help vote, yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dwayne to approve the loan request, and second by Greg. Any more discussion?
Not direct to this, but in relationship to this, I look at their January 25 results versus their January 24 results. And, you know, obviously financially it has changed, but I think we're seeing a new wind blow across our districts. And, you know, there's some financial headwinds that are really pushing back on some districts. And I hope we can get them through this. And, you know, we'll do everything we can to get them through this. And in addition to this part of it, their pricing, their efficiencies, if they have an overabundance of equipment, I think they probably need to sell some tractors or pickups or, you know, streamline and get as efficient, as effective as they possibly can, because I don't think they're through it yet. I think we're right in the middle of the tough times, so.
Okay.
I fully agree. We're, even our district is feeling the pinch. It seems to be all around the state. Am I correct, Angela?
Yeah, and with the latest increase in gas and diesel prices, it's not gonna get better this year.
Okay, good point. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion to approve the loan request, say aye. Opposed, nay.
Tom?
Aye.
Bruce?
Aye.
Gene?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Jason? Doug.
Motion's carried. Okay, Jordan, one more?
That is all I have.
Okay. All right, then we'll move into the grant program and hear from Alex.
Alex Harper with Department of Ag and Natural Resources. We will first start with 3 grant amendments and extensions. The first grant amendment extension is from Clark Conservation District. They are requesting to use the 2026 docket to their 2025 CSW 09 grant. Kyle, are you on the line, or anybody from the Clark Conservation District?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Kyle, go ahead.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Kyle, District Manager for Clark County. Sent in this amendment, obviously after the commission had updated their cost share docket to the 2026. And so I applied for the CSW 09 as well as the CSW 25 grant that I was both of those grants I was awarded. The CSW 09 ends or closes on June 30th of this year. And then my CSW grant 025 ends June 30th of 2027. My board elected to try and be on the same page with the commission regarding our service rates to match, your guys' docket when we are offering, some cost share opportunities for our producers here in the county. And so I'm about to, after this planting season, I'll pretty much have used all of my CSW 09 funds as well as rolling some of that over into my other grant. And so my amendment request would be just to be able to use the updated current 2026 docket when I go to submit all the paperwork for all these projects going forward. So.
Okay. Any comments, Alex?
Mr. Standard, want to use a new docket, most updated docket.
Charlie wants to.
Yeah, the only, and you know how I feel about using future dockets, but I don't like the deal about this district, like to amend our grants for any future projects, be able to use the most current, up-to-date cost share docket the commission has in effect for that fiscal year. I mean, that's like just open-ended, and, if I'm reading that right.
So, yeah, if I understand you, Kyle, the request isn't specific to these 2 grants, it's for any future
Can I make a statement? So in the fall, you guys had approved grants going forward to use that calendar year's docket. I think that's what he's asking for, is to be able to use whatever calendar year's docket is most current.
which I think we've already, haven't we already?
For those grants that were approved at that time,
At the
this grant was one of those earlier ones.
The 2025 one was.
Yeah, it was back in whatever, 2025.
That was the spring round.
It was the spring, yeah.
And I just say, we wanna amend our grants for any future projects. So does that mean if they put in a grant request next year, that, they use that docket or the one after that, or whatever's current until they get the thing done? I mean, you know how I feel about it, I'm kind of nervous about getting locked in where we just, whatever docket we have, if the grant extends out 3 years, we'll just update the docket, Yeah, I don't like getting locked into that.
Okay.
My personal feeling, you know how I am.
I'm a little unsure if this is just consistent with what we've said in the past, or if this goes a little beyond what we've done in the past as a commission. What are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, I think to be consistent with what we've been doing, we almost would have to approve this. And I still think that we're still in that same position where we have not established a quote-unquote set standard, and we need to do that. one or two or five or six of these every meeting we have, so.
Our problem is that as long as the increases are inflationary,
Yes.
which is forever, our docket is always, it's never gonna be set, and so there's always gonna be some wiggle room to that. I guess on this one, if, just move to approve that their CSW 009 and the CSW 025, they can use the 2026 docket.
But not go beyond, not
That's-
make it,
That's the motion.
futuristic.
I would second that as well, but.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Gene?
I would second it as presented, but Alex has a question.
Okay.
More of a clarification, this amendment is only going to apply to 2025-09, not to the 2025-25 grant. It only applies to one grant.
Why not? Why not?
Because the other one already is taken care of, correct? The other one, the 025 is already using the 26 docket, correct?
I'd have to check that, if it is or not, but the way this is written to me, it's only applied to just one grant, not the other grant. That's what he's applying for, is just this grant, just for the 2025-09 grant to use the 2026 docket. Nothing, no other, just that one.
The other one, I assume, is already authorized, right?
It might have been, I'd have to check,
Based on the number, it looks like it was a fall grant, cause it's a 25.
or it's a spring grant, is what it was.
Well, did we have 25 grants in the spring? That seemed awful high, but it could have been towards the.
It could have been amended in the past too.
And Alex, if I may,
Go ahead.
I guess after I had applied for the CSW 09, I had projects lined up that I would have I thought I was gonna use up all those funds, and so that's when I applied for the CS 025 that in the fall. And so I might have been misled when I was working with you and Jordan on this to get my amendment submitted. So my 09 would definitely for sure be to be able to use the 2026 docket to basically close out the remaining funds on the projects that I have this year. And then whatever overlap that I do have, I can obviously apply those to my CSW 025 grant. So I just wanted to make sure when I go to do this paperwork and submit it at the end of the year, you know, I was still on the same page with you guys and being able to use the 2026 docket.
For projects under each of these grants, is that? I'm not sure, Alex, why you're saying it applies to one but not the other.
I guess for Kyle, just a question to you is your amendment
Yep.
to the 09 grant? Or is it?
That no, I'm pretty sure the amendment was originally for the 09 grant, because I know that one for sure was under the 2025 docket prior. And then the CSW 025, I thought it was still under the 2025 docket, and so I included that in my amendment to make sure essentially both of my grants would be using the most current docket.
So you want to amend both grants to the 2026 docket?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Okay.
That's my motion and that's his second.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Kyle.
Glad we got that.
Greg's got a question.
Yes.
Just clarification for myself. So when a district applies for a grant and it's approved, they're approved under the docket that's in effect at the time the grant is approved, unless they ask for a change to that. But even if they ask for a change to that, it doesn't alter the amount the grant was approved for.
Right.
It just means they're gonna be able to do less work, but offer more cost.
Exactly, well said. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Okay.
at some point in time, we're gonna have to address inflation. You know, Charlie, that's what's creeping up all the time is they're trying to adjust these grants for the inflation that's going on, if they don't get it done right away. Just my
That might be a
2 cents.
topic, on the agenda for a later discussion.
Yes.
And I understand that, but somebody still has to put the foot down.
Okay, we have a motion on the table made by Gene, second by Tom, to approve the amendment request to use the 26 docket for these 2 grants. Okay, any further discussion? If none, all those in favor say aye, opposed nay, and call.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie.
Nay.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
Aye. Okay, motion's carried.
Alright, we'll stay in the same tab, we'll just flip the page over. Our next amendment is from, or extension is from Dade County Conservation District. They are requesting a 6-month extension to the 2024 grant. Corey, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Alright, I hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Corey Zerbel. I'm the project manager for the Prairie Coteau Watershed Project with the Dade County Conservation District. Would you guys like to have me explain just the reasoning for the amendment to do an extension?
Excuse me,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Yep. So here we are requesting a 6-month extension to our grant. It's the CSW-024 awarded back in 2024. This grant is aiming at water quality improvement in the Prairie Coteau Watershed Project for livestock stream crossings. We currently have 4 livestock stream crossings planned. Last year, in the middle of the summer, we did get quite a bit of rain in these project areas, and it continued to rain until about middle of August. So going into the fall, they were more wet than usual. So construction or the sites weren't fit to construct these livestock stream crossings. The sites are improving now, but we are looking at just speak with contractors and the producers. They said they would probably have to aim at more of a middle of the summer time frame to build these livestock stream crossings. We currently have $1,340 left for this grant.
Okay, thanks. Any more other questions for Corey? If not, do I hear a motion?
I'll make that motion. It's wet up there.
Yeah, they could just help the water recede a little bit, probably. Okay, is there a second by Bruce? Motion by Dwayne, second by Bruce, to approve the grant extension for Dade County. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor say aye, opposed nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
Abstain. Okay, motion carried. All right. Now what, Alex?
Flip the page again. Last amendment is from McPherson Conservation District. They were requesting to use the 2026 docket in their 2023-30 grant. And they have $29,551 remaining in their grant. Is anybody on the line from McPherson County Conservation District?
Okay, hearing none.
I don't see Karen.
Pretty straightforward request again, another docket request. action favored by the commission? Charlie moved? No, not.
No, Charlie didn't. Not very far.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we do have a motion to allow McPherson to use the 26th docket.
I'll second that.
Second by Dean. Any more discussion on that? If not, all in favor say aye, opposed nay.
Tom?
Aye.
Bruce?
Aye.
Gene?
Aye.
Charlie?
Nay.
Dean?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye. Okay, that motion's carried. We move on to,
We're now at tab 6. Here is what should be familiar with you. It's our historic grant form to keep track of our funds and our balance. I went ahead and added the grants awarded in the fall of $616,986.60. That left us with the current current balance of $293,632.19. At the bottom of the page, I have a tally of all the grants that have closed to this date and their reverted amount, which totals currently at $41,633.01. I would need a motion from the commission to revert those dollars.
so moved. Okay, motion by Bruce, second by Charlie to revert the amount shown, 41,633. Right?
Yep.
Okay, any questions or discussion on that?
So, Mr. Chair, what does that mean? Just it puts it back into the pot for?
Makes it available for the next grants.
Okay, thank you.
Projects that were, they didn't need the money, they revert back, but we have to formally approve it. So it goes back in, so that adjusts the amount over to the right-hand side there. Right? So funds available?
Correct. With adding this $41,000, we'll then have a new balance of $335,265.20 that will be available for this right now.
It's taken out of the left hand, put back in the right hand, and then we can give it out.
I would call,
Just like that.
call your attention to the number in the far upper left-hand corner, that's 500,000, that's the annual amount the legislature so graciously makes available for our grant. Okay, did we vote on that?
Nope, we just have a motion on the table by Bruce.
Okay, there's, one more question. Bruce, did
No,
you have?
I-
oh,
no, I
Okay,
did
we'll
motion.
proceed to vote then, if there's no further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Bruce?
Aye.
Gene?
Aye.
Charlie? Dean?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye. Motion's carried. And it's so reverted, all right?
And then,
Oh, excuse me. Bill,
I was just gonna say, before you get into the grant review part, there is some pizza in the back of the room. If anybody didn't get a chance to grab something for lunch, that would be a good time after he does the historical grant stuff. Historical grant house.
it isn't getting cold, is it?
It's
Not getting any warmer.
it's in a box
It's
of
not getting
clothes.
any warmer.
We're gonna take a 5-minute recess, so anybody who wants to grab a piece of pizza can go grab a piece of pizza. And then immediately return back to your chair and we'll proceed. Do you,
Or do you have 5 seconds worth of
Yep.
reversion discussion?
no, that's it.
You done?
Yeah.
We won't.
okay, when we get back, we'll start the review of the grant application. Right?
There's still a few more things I gotta go over, like
Oh,
this.
okay, well, we'll do that later.
Okay.
Pizza,
Doug's hungry.
we'll get a piece of pizza.
Oh, yeah, there's a microwave, I guess, in the next room.
A lot of times it's 6:30.
I am all right.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, that was retired.
Yeah.
So today's your last
Today is the last day.
Winter solstice, summer solstice.
I'm like, I don't think I'll have any problem with finding things to do. Already at One week short of 36 years.
Oh, you baby.
Yeah, well.
Majority rules. This was a one-time deal, I have to admit, it was dominated. So was my schedule. I want to stay open.
Well, you are the chairman, one of my.
I exercise my.
Yes, you are the chairman. That comes
I noticed one, I know, where it came from, basically said, yeah, we had a few people interested, but time we went through all limitations on the amount of, they just forget it.
Yeah. Producers both get it.
I think Greg made an excellent point, you know, we can make the docket share out of what they want. Just do the best,
I can see him a half mile away.
So,
Yeah, because,
to get the job done, and you can let this guy go, no way to all customers, because the money
he's on the intersection.
Says it's make the work of love.
Must be trying to
Good analogy, Mickey. I'm looking at my.
I don't have much there storage,
It's hot. You can either cut it in 16 pieces to get a little bit more cheap. Cut it in 6 pieces. Fewer people, but they get bigger.
how, where he was going with his house.
with 16 pieces, we get it out to a bunch more people.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
But they're not getting
you'll find it, you'll find it.
So that's, I think that's kind of the old, maybe
Yes,
the old fashioned.
well, it's sitting for 40 minutes, but you know what? The grease gets soaked up after.
Charlie, did you get raised?
Yes.
Things have changed, so
Yeah.
you don't have as many people out there.
Nobody's listening to
And that old
Put a little bit that's very true. Just driving down here, you can see.
Hey, same here.
We got a
There's a
truck came through in the evening, and all of a sudden we got a
Well, I this was different, yeah, I know about
Originates probably less than our unless a lot of
Continue on.
Starting down.
3 weeks previous to that, when the water rain, we couldn't get a rain. Being plowed up around here, cloud, and like you say, the wind, if you know why, the temperature dropped 20 degrees, not a drop of rain.
Well, you know, this little moisture is nice and things are green, but.
And it's dry too.
That day with 20 mile an hour wind.
What's it like down there?
It takes out the drought.
I thought that might have been Trevor.
This might get us some grass.
We live in a different world where we are going.
It might get us some.
I was like, are you ready to roll? I said, it's been nice.
Try to heat up.
Just gotta feed them and, well, they're gonna breed them.
In South Dakota, always eat it. Yeah, in South Dakota, there's very few times. My dad used to tell me, oh, gee,
There's 1,200 acres
we don't need any
up
more
for
rain.
sale.
My dad
Just
always
south
says,
of
we're
me.
only 2 weeks away from the drought. I'm sure they're cheap.
Pardon me?
They're cheap, I'm sure.
Okay, let's reconvene after a temporary access. Recess. Bill, thanks for providing the pizza.
Yeah.
Would you like some remuneration?
No, I'm good. I'm just taking out of the kids' college funds. Got one of them graduating, he's,
Education is overrated anyway.
yeah, well, one's graduating this year, he's gonna be an accountant in Rapid City, and then the other one finishes law school next year, so.
Well, I'm just starting to feel sorry for you. Okay, Alex, back to you. Sorry for the interruption.
No, this is perfect. While you guys are chopping on pizza, I'll just talk.
Okay.
So that by the time I'm done talking, you guys are probably done with the pizza, so it works out, Mr. Chairman. If you stay on tab 6 and just flip the page, this is the milestone table I put together of all grants ending on December 31st, 25. The total funds awarded with them was $334,000. They spent out just over $304,000, accumulated almost, just over $514,000 of match. The practices they put on, fabric, over 129,000 linear feet of fabric, installing 51 acres of windbreaks, 10 tanks, 932 feet of fence, 7,500 feet of pipe, 1 well, 2 energy pumps, 609 acres of cover crop were planted, 828 hours of brush management were performed, and 82 acres of forest thinning was completed. If anybody doesn't have any questions, we can just keep moving on.
Okay, any questions? Move on.
All right, we'll turn to tab 7 now. This is an accumulation of all the open grants we currently have, their balances, their award amount, the match they currently contributed. Over the lifetime of the grant, the commission has approved over $26.5 million. We've issued, we have, in that $26.5 million, the commission has awarded $19.3 million of cost share, and the life of the coordinated natural resource grant has accumulated over $56 million of match, with giving us a leverage of $4.11. So for every $1 commission spent, we get about $4 of match to that. If there are any questions, keep moving on.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Al.
Now we're on tab 8. This is all the grants we just reverted. The final report is in here. I won't be going through this much, but I just would advise the commission to go through it, please. hear about what their money is being put towards to, and accomplishments and challenges the commissions or conservation districts have in implementation. There are some good projects out there, and there's even those that don't like reading, there are pictures in there too, if you just want to see the pictures.
I would reiterate, what Alex said and encourage everybody to read those final reports. Get a feeling of if we're doing anything here, that's a good place to get it. Because we are doing some good things. Any, comments or on the final reports that we've got?
From Lake County, there was limited interest in the program, and they were able to get limited funds from a private entity that, so it sounded to me like that some of our cost share wasn't as, probably wasn't in line with what other people were providing. Is that the way I interpreted that, or?
Mr. Chairman, he also states that he had a state forest review by planning to determine that only a handful of them were eligible for reimbursement. So I think that was also a factor too, that we have a state forester review plans, and the plans have to meet the specifications for our state foresters, and if they don't sign off on the plans, they are not eligible for cost share.
So he might have been somebody that was wanting to plant a lot more maple, or something like that.
Or homestead windbreaks, or.
Yep.
Yeah, I read that back, Wayne and I had a little side discussion related to the docket, if, referred back to this Lake County, report. Kind of wondering if it was a little sour grapes or it was a flaw in our docket amounts that haven't been adjusted for inflation, but well, it wasn't worth the hassle.
It's a combination of both, and Jeff is kind of recently new, and I think it was a learning experience too, because he might not be aware of the process so involved, and that, you have to keep an idea of what is the grants being provided to, what are the trees that they are intended to be planted to, and that there is going to be they need a forester to sign off on them, so it's good to run the plans prior to them to even see if they'll even qualify. So it's a learning experience too.
Okay, any other comments on none? I guess we're ready to go into the.
That's all I had for grant program update. We can move right into the grant application review.
Okay. For Jason and Greg's benefit, this process is typically involved first going through each project by project, giving the districts, the applicants, a chance to review it with us, ask questions. Move on to the next one. When we're done with all that, then we go back, have a lottery drawing to see which one goes first, and then we act on the projects, the grant applications that have been reviewed previously. So we'll just take the initial review as I think they're alphabetical order as they appear in your binder. So, go ahead, Alex.
I also made a nice big 11 by 17 spreadsheet for you guys that are hard to see. And
we have the grant request is $475, and the amount available is
$335. Change.
So we're short.
Back to normal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Historically, that's kind of been the case. We always have more requests than we have money available. The last few years, it's been just the opposite. We've had more money, so we've been able to be more rational. Okay. You want to go down the list, Alex?
Sure. We'll start at tab 9.1. This is Custer. They put in for $50,000 for a thinning for a resilient forest station. I see Mike Baldwin is on the line. Mike, are you there?
Hey Alex, I'm here.
Good to hear you, Mike.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
All right, great. Thank you. Yeah, it's just cost share funding for resilient forest projects. Allows landowners to do some thinning and slash disposal here in the hills and help with reducing risk for beetle infestations and also the added benefit of reduced wildfire risk. So I'd be happy to answer any question.
Okay, any questions for Mike? Pretty straightforward application. I guess unless you have any further comments, Mike, we'll.
One question. You've had one in the past. Have you utilized all the money every time?
We have one grant that's active right now. We've paid out approximately half of it so far, and then we obligated the rest of the money. That grant goes through next year.
So it's all obligated. There's not anything that's.
Yeah, right. Correct.
Okay. Alan?
Just for informational purposes, especially for the new commissioners, on the front page of every application, we include a summary sheet that we provide, and at the bottom, there's an open grant section on there, and it lists out all the grants they currently have with us that are open and are available balance. Just so the commissioners are aware of
That, but the, as you said, that $34,000 is obligated, so it's already under contract with private landowners to get work done. So it hasn't been spent yet, but it's already out.
Was that a question for me? I'm sorry.
Just clarification for myself, I guess.
Oh, yeah, the way we do it, when we have interested landowners, they fill out an application, and then I share that with the local staff forester. They'll go out, meet the landowner, write a prescription, and then the board will review it and approve it or not. And once it's approved, then we send them a letter that we ask them to sign that commits the money to them.
The recent fires have not impacted any of the area that you have under contract.
Not the ones that under contract. It has definitely, there's been between the fires and the December windstorm, there's been a lot going on over here. So I'm still not sure how it's gonna go. A lot of people are going towards wildland fire because they have a better program. And then also with the December windstorm, there's funding through FSA, which is helping a lot of people too. So a little bit uncertain.
And not a problem getting contractors.
Well,
because of those things, there's going to be a limited amount of contractors available.
We'll see. I know the foresters are working overtime trying to get everything done, just primarily with the December windstorm. They're working their tails off.
Okay. Well, thanks, Mike. We'll move on to the next one, which is Davis.
Davison, 922 in the binder. Davison is in for $10,000 for a micro irrigation grant. I don't see Matt online.
Well, Bruce, by default, you might get to comment on this.
Yeah, Davison's had good luck putting the micro irrigation in, especially next to, small plantings, spruce trees, that type of thing. I think we've been doing it for 5, 6, 7 years, and it's become more and more popular because it almost eliminates death loss. It takes death loss down to a very, very small percentage, and so it's been real popular and successful.
Question, is this something that would kind of represent like a demonstration project, kind of like we discussed with cover crops or whatever, where how everybody plants trees, that this could be a practice that we would cost share? What do you think? I'm looking at you, Charlie. what your thoughts are.
I have no thoughts right now.
Tom?
The only question I do, looking at the grants that they've already got, they've got one for micro irrigation from a year ago, which they haven't used it at that point. So my question, I guess, is there's money available, now they're requesting twice as much. Is there something going on that we don't know about?
That's a good question, Tom.
Huh?
That's a good question, Tom, because that one I don't know how to answer.
It would seem to me that if they've already got a $5,000 grant and they didn't use any of it, my way of thinking that that would be a limiting factor.
Yeah.
I thought maybe there was some circumstance that we're not aware of.
And here's probably the wrong way that they're doing it. As the shelter belt goes in and it's established and fabric's down and everything, you always look at the landowner and say, are you going to be able to care for these trees during drought? If they say, no, I think I'm gonna need help, then we go in and say, we've got a great idea for you. We can do, this water system on a cost share basis. But very seldom do they ever buy it as at the time of the tree planting. It's kind of an add-on feature. And some folks will say, yeah, I'll do it. Or some folks will say, no, I don't want to do it. But to your point, if we're low on budget money and it looks like we are, I would withdraw that from the list.
And that was one of my priorities in the days of like we're headed into again, where we have more money asked for than what we have. And if someone has money and they're not using it, hold off on it, then I would be inclined to not give them more money for the same purpose until they've used up what they already have.
Point well made.
I like to have it where people, they already have a list of people waiting for that money to be used up.
Allow a chance to apply in the fall.
Right. Yeah. I would withdraw that application.
Okay, well, we'll make note of that when we get to it in the final consideration. Okay, next one, Alan.
We're on 9.3 now. The next application is from Day County Conservation District. Prairie Coteau Watershed Project. They put in a request for $60,000. Corey, you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Yes. So the Dade County Conservation District is submitting a grant application for $60,000. This is for the Prairie Coteau Watershed Project to implement best management practices that improve water quality within the project area. We do cover the northeast 8 counties in the state of South Dakota. That involves Roberts, Marshall, Day, Grant, Dual, Coddington, Hamlin, and Kingsbury counties, with those associated watersheds. I did include that map within the application, so you can see those listed watersheds on that map. For this application, it is for a variety of best management practices, or BMPs, that involve stream bank stabilization, such as livestock stream crossings, grazing management like cross fence, livestock water development, grass seedings for hay and pasture plantings or riparian areas, grass waterways, also some dollars for aid waste or the animal nutrient management systems, regarding to design costs and construction costs, information and outreach, mainly for our lake and stream ecology workshop that we do provide each year in the summer. This is for educators and natural resource management personnel from various agencies to learn about water quality and ecology within our lakes and streams, and also some dollars for travel, for mileage to implement these best management practices and information and outreach education events, and also admin in there too. to help with the I guess like processing for when we do these requests to like when we submit for you know, commission dollars to get resubmitted back to us for that time. There, the project is staying quite busy with high interest in all these different best management practices in all of the counties, especially some of the higher workload ones. We currently do have up now, I believe it's 4 requests for the animal waste management systems. Those are still in the beginning process, but we could have possibly a couple of them start being implemented within a year. We're still going through that design process yet with them. I'm currently at the time working with 30 producers with different various best management practices. I guess like practices there. So that's what our application is in for. If anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Any questions or clarification? If not, thanks. We'll move on.
Thank you.
We're at 9.4 now. Dewey, they put in for $73,145 for a Dewey County Conservation District wind and water mixed use grant. Angie, are you still on the line?
Yep, I'm here. So this grant would be the start of what would hopefully be an ongoing useful way to address our 2 primary resource concerns in Dewey, which is erosion from wind and water. So this would allow our residents to be able to access cost share for putting in some pipelines and of course shelter belts, but also renovating our shelter belts. A lot of our trees in this area were put in all around the same time and they're all dying now. So we've got a real need to do that. And we wanted to extend the timeline of this grant over the course of 2 working seasons so that we could have time to reach out to people and let them know that this specific opportunity is available, and also to secure contractors, which are kind of scarce in our area. So we have the proposed target metrics for the different things that we're trying to shoot for in your packet there that you should be able to see. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, thanks, Angie. Question from Gene.
Do you have anybody signed up currently? I mean, or is this everything's prospective?
Right. So the objective, the reason I wanted to address it a little differently than we had been is because most of the producers in our area, they just don't plan a year or 2 ahead. They want to come in and be able to say, hey, I want some cost share for my pipeline. Can you help me this season right now? And so we decided that it would be a better way to improve conservation efforts in our area if we actually had a fund that was readily available, that people knew it was there, that all they had to do is come and apply to us, you know, and could potentially be approved within a board meeting or within, if it needed forester approval or whatever, but still be able to actually be doing it in that same time period and season, you know, and again, lining these projects out and whatnot. And people just don't realize that there's cost share available for it, or they think that the only way they can get it is through, you know, like the EQIP programs require you to have so many different practices that a lot of people that are seeking just single practice assistance just completely get looked over in that process. So we're just trying to address those types of issues with this grant.
Okay, Charlie.
I've noticed in your application it says the 2026 Conservation Commission approved practice and cost share percentage will be followed. Does that mean you're not going to come back next year if it's approved and that has to go to the current docket or the one after that? You're going to stick with the 2026?
I guess I hadn't really thought about it like that. I was just putting in the agreement that we were starting with on here. I'm with you guys on the, you know, whether or not it makes sense to do the docket thing. I mean, you know, on the one hand, it's like it makes it more relevant for our prices, but on the other hand, it's like it's not necessarily that meaningful because it almost makes less money available for what work you're trying to do. But it does, when the producer is getting their cost share, you know, when they see that the share is more in line with what their current prices are paying, it makes them feel better, even though they're, you know, that might mean they have to do less footage for the share that's on there. So I don't feel firmly one way or the other about it. You know, I mean, I guess if that would be a stipulation for you guys that you'd prefer that we would just stick with the 2026 for the next 2 years. I mean, I'm open.
Okay.
Question, is my book the only book that has the Custer budget sheet in for the Dewey Conservation District?
Same
We
question
merged
I
with
just
PDF, it does a whole,
Is there a sheet in here for Dewey somewhere?
If you go one page past the application budget sheet, she actually has a breakdown, a really nice table of all the practices she's looking to put in and giving them out and everything. The Custer budget sheet is a problem we run into frequently with Adobe when we do a master merge of everything to one and send it to printing, because these things are 300 plus pages. And we just run into problems. Sometimes we catch it, sometimes we don't. This time we missed this one section. So.
Sounds like a confession.
Where is it at?
it's just, after the budget, there's a breakdown that she provided. Right there, it's that sheet right there.
Okay.
Specifies for
Just, yeah, and this is the first time go around on this, and, if we came in with a lower number, so that you'd have something to have in the pot and give you a chance to figure out if it's gonna work, that would probably fly, right?
Reasonably so. I tried to base our requests based on realistic assessments, you know, so like utilizing those target metrics, an estimation of like, okay, if we wanted to put in 10 miles of pipeline, what's that going to cost? What's the cost share going to be? That kind of thing. So that $73,000 number is a realistic estimate of what the cost share needed to achieve those different goals would be. But if we had a less amount that you guys approved, then we would just drop the metrics, you know.
Okay. Any other questions of Angie? Thanks. Well done, Angie, on your application.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Alex.
Next up is Edmonds. They put in for a $1,500 request for conservation education. Is Michelle on the line? Or anybody from Edmonds?
Okay.
I don't see anybody.
Unless there's any comments, I guess it's fairly straightforward. We'll move on then to the next one.
9.6, Hockin. They are putting in a request for $42,600 for a tree planting grant. Is anybody?
I'm here.
Right there. Oh, good. How's fine. You can come up if you want to talk about your application.
No pressure.
So when we applied for the grant, we had 4 producers already that are signed up and interested. We did talk to Josh Larson and sent him the tentative plans that he said they'll look. Okay, he gave us a few tweaks, but and we have one that's kind of on the fence. He might just plant this year on his own without going through the grant and waiting until next year. But then my lovely FSA and NRCS staff handed me another possible one for next year that's not eligible for CRP that would possibly fit under the grant, because it would be for livestock protection, so. Do you have any questions?
Bottom line, what's the minimum that you can get by with?
Well, the one that's got 3 or 4 different, different spots in a field plan. We don't really have a good plan set out for that one yet. The producer has been having some health issues and hasn't been able to work with us. So I don't really know a good estimate on what that's gonna cost, and then this new one that they had either until we start getting it. The funds we requested, that 42,600, is probably gonna be what we're gonna be comfortable sticking with. Because we might get more people that sign up too with all the changes that are going on this year in the tree program. Not a lot of people getting funded through EQIP and CSP. That's what people in our area typically go through to get trees, but if those don't go through.
So the 4 that you have already committed,
Yes,
they would use the 42.6.
yes. Based on my estimates with the using the 26 docket and everything, so.
Okay, any other questions? None, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Now we're on 9.7, Han County Conservation District. They put in $50,000 for a shelter health enhancement project. We do not.
There is somebody from Han.
Is there anybody online from Han? If not, we're stuck with Pete.
okay,
Or no, that's Hyde, never mind, sorry. I saw somebody from Hyde, not Han. Online.
okay, without anybody else present, basically tree planting?
Well, in Han County, you just have to drive on the main roads and you can see we could use trees with the dirt on it, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I might point out the administration is a lot higher than any of the other grants you have in here. Per amount of money that you're putting out, could put out as project.
Okay, any other, comments or questions?
Angela, I missed that point.
Sorry.
No, say it again.
Okay, the dollars they're requesting for administration is proportionally higher than any other
Got
applications.
Got it, thank you. Now I got the point.
And I know you guys have had a limit on that in the past, that's why.
That limit is 15%, so it's still within the acceptable range.
Okay, we'll move on then. Hutchins.
9.8. They are putting $3,000 in for an awareness, education, and outreach grant. Is there anybody online from Hutchinson? I don't believe anybody's online from Hutchinson.
Okay, I guess there's not too much to be said about this.
For what?
Your basic outreach,
Okay,
public awareness.
okay.
All right, we'll move on then.
Next, we're on 9.9 now. The next application is from Hyde. They are putting in a request for $48,000 for continuing their Hyde Falk Enhancement Project Phase number 4. Rachel, I see you're on the line.
I am. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Good afternoon, and go ahead.
Okay, so we are basically, we've got about 10 producers already between ourselves and Falk County that are we're already drawing up the plans for 2027 tree plants. What I've noticed as kind of a brand new employee with the grants is just getting the word out there more and more, which is why we did ask for more money this year. What I'm really seeing is that a lot of the producers who want to do these shelter belts is that they don't qualify for, you know, EQIP or CRP or anything like that. And thankfully, we work really well with our NRCS office, and they send them right over to me. So we have a lot of people that are very interested in this grant. We do a 2-year grant, which is kind of nice because, you know, there are some years, either the first year or the second year, not so many, and then, you know, everybody rushes to get the trees planted in the second year. So I feel like we've utilized our grant in the past very well. So that's why we're asking for just a little bit more money this year, because I feel like it's very warranted with the amount of producers that are interested in the next couple of years. So anybody have any questions for me?
Questions? I guess we have none, Rachel. Thank you
About
for.
the current
Wait a minute.
project,
Dean has a.
the current project that's done on the 30th of June
Yeah.
this year. Is that obligated?
The balance you have in the current project, that will be utilized, I think that was the question.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I couldn't hear that. But yes, the balance that we have in our current one, we're definitely going to use that balance up in 2026.
Okay? Any other questions? No, thank you, Rachel.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Alex.
Next, we have two applications from Jackson. We'll first start with the dam repair and clean out. They are requesting $16,000. Anybody online from Jackson?
Paula, you on?
Yeah, Paula's on. She's unmuted too.
Hello, Paula?
We just can't hear you, Paula.
She's unmuted. Nope, just lost her.
She must be gone. Be trailed down.
She may try to dial back in.
Okay, this is for dam, mostly dam.
She's coming back. She's unmuted. Paula, can you hear us?
There's a lot of dry, the dams are completely dry. And the best time to clean out a dam is when it doesn't have water in it. So I think there were some producers that, some of their pastures, this was the only water source that they had, or provided a little, help as far as spreading livestock out, as far as, if these dams were available. And sooner or later it'll rain, so fix them while you can.
One thing about cleaning out those dams, the cattle go right back in and start dropping them down. If you fence them out and put solar pumps in, the quality of water is a heck of a lot better. And length of the dam is increased a lot also.
Maybe that'll be subject of future grants, huh?
Yeah.
Well, in lieu of waiting for Paula,
She can hear us, but we can't hear her.
okay, hopefully Jean represented, what you were gonna say, Paula.
Put something in the chat if nothing else.
Yeah, she's I'm chatting back and forth with her.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move ahead.
She says her mic's hooked up. I'll see if she can try it.
Okay, next one.
11?
That's another Jackson one. That's a outreach and education grant.
No, pretty much.
We
Pretty
do,
much like the others.
Yeah.
So we'll be on 9.12, be Lincoln. They are requesting $12,444 for a windbreak renovation. Jeremy, are you on the line? I see you, Jeremy, but you're muted.
Larry, can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. We had a pretty good bit of weather come through, some storm last late summer. And so we have 8 participants that have signed up for this particular grant. We've worked with the forester, we've got tree plans for all those. Site prep was all done. And so, this is for site prep to do next year, excuse me. Yeah, so we're going to be doing the site prep this year for planting in 2027.
Okay. Any other questions for Jeremy? Yeah, Greg, go ahead.
so this is tree removal only?
Yes, this is for site preparation only.
So you'll be back with another grant then?
Yeah, we'll be doing an application in the fall again for the spring portion of planting.
Okay.
So why, so why didn't you include the planting in this grant application?
That's a good question. We just thought we'd do one part at a time and see what we can do, and then just thought we'd reapply.
Cost of planting might go up.
Yep.
Well, is there a length of time before you can plant trees back? I know you can't just grade up some dirt and put a tree in it.
Right, yeah, we don't typically do any planting in the fall, so we would apply this fall for spring planting.
Rip the roots out. I mean, you tear the tree out above and then you better get it ready underneath if you're planting back in the same shelter belt, but it takes a
Okay, follow up on Greg. Did you have a follow-up question, Greg?
I just, what's to keep the landowner from not planting trees next year? So they just take our money to rip all their trees out, and then, they put that land into crops.
No, yeah, nobody's gonna do it. No, everybody said they're not gonna do that. We didn't get like a signed contract for spring planting already, but all these participants that signed up for tree removal was under the condition and agreement that they're gonna plant next spring.
Would it be,
How binding is that?
Yeah. I'm not real comfortable with just giving money out to remove trees.
If you take trips to Sioux Falls about once a month like I do, there are lots of people ripping out trees and there's nothing going back in there. So I would have, I'm a bit skeptical without a guarantee that there's no bill.
Yeah, I can't provide a written, like I said, contract, but everybody that signed up for this through an application was with the understanding that they would be planting trees in the next spring. This is in preparation for replanting. It's part of the renovation project.
They could sort of follow the procedures that NRCS has. If you start installing a project, whatever you want to call it, and you make the whole project the removal, followed by the installation, and as written in the conservation plan, that if they don't follow through, they have to pay the cost share back. There could be an agreement like that.
What is that?
What?
But is there?
That's the question I have here, but there could be one development.
But in order to approve it, that would have to be a stipulation, I guess, is that would have to be the wording, that if they took the money to take them out, they have to put trees back in or else they pay it back.
You have to develop an agreement with each of them.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. That's easy
That
enough.
would be the
Get
stipulation.
that done very quick order.
We would need that as part of the motion if you choose to.
Yes, when we get to that point, yeah.
Yeah, that's certainly agreeable. That'll be no problem on our part.
Okay. I guess the other alternative, we extend this to like a 2-year project. Planting it, then you probably wouldn't have enough money. Anyway, okay, I think that's probably enough on that for now. Yeah, any other questions, comments? If not, we'll move ahead then. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, guys.
Next, Alex, I think is Molette.
Yes, 9.13, they are requesting $70,000. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Kelly. I'm the new district manager for Todd and Millette County. We have a lot going on. I literally started January 2nd. We hit the ground running. We've got tree plantings this spring. We got pipelines going in the next 30 days. At the moment, we have 51 applicants that are seeking help between our office and FSA. They did not make the round of the NRCS cuts. They're usually just a one practice, so they don't rank high enough to get funding. We have everything from fabricated wind belts to dam cleanouts, pumps, pipelines, tree belts, fences. Like, we have had the book thrown at us on requests. I know we do have 2 open grants at the moment. Our 2024 is completely allocated. That will be completed in June. We have another one coming due. When is that one due, Jordan? The 20?
That ends June 30th, 27th.
And then that one is also almost completely allocated out already. 4 producers that have come in and asked for it. The board members have approved their applications. Their plans are being submitted. With being in Todd and Millette County, we do run into a little bit of a barrier when it comes to having the culture clearance, because we deal with the reservation and we have to wait for THPO, the tribal conservation office or tribal historic office, to get us some clearances. So we are kind of delayed on a few things on the 2025 grant, but we also want to start moving towards our 2026 grant, the one I'm applying for today.
Okay. Did you say multi-practice?
Oh, it is. I told you I hit the ground running. Yes.
Okay. Questions for Julie? Gene?
Is any of this on tribal land?
Some of them are, but most of the ones that we will be handling are on private. They are the ones that aren't receiving aid through NRCS. They're just a one practice. Right now, on our 24 grant, just as an example, we have one gentleman that needs a grass seeding. He doesn't qualify. We have another gentleman that needs less than a quarter of a mile pipeline. He doesn't qualify. These are the grants that we are taking in and trying to help sponsor. They do understand it is a way less cost share than what the NRCS can give them, but they're not qualified for that. So we're getting a lot coming through the door asking for help.
If it does go on tribal land, does the tribes contribute to part of the cost?
That I don't know, because as of right now, I don't have anything that is tribal. I just know that if it's within the bounds of the boundaries, we still have to ask for that ecological, because we're within the bounds of a possible burial ground, or, I mean, our two counties, there's a lot of red tape we have to cut through occasionally because of where we're located. I mean, it's just something we have to do, and if not, the state archaeologist has to come out anyway and survey our sites too. So, I mean, either which way, it's getting surveyed by some kind of cultural.
Okay, any other, Gene, did you have any other comments or questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Roberts County.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we got Paula's mic working now, so would you like to go back to Jackson?
Yes, if she would like, if she has anything she would like to say.
Which tent is that? It'll be 9.10.
The day of cleanouts.
Paula, or
In the education.
can we hear you now? Can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Hello. I am so sorry about that. I got a new computer a couple of months ago and obviously haven't tried the Teams meeting thing. So my apologies. Because I was trying to find a mic to turn on in such a frenzy, I missed most of what Gene said.
It wasn't, just tell them what you've got, producers, what they're up to.
Okay, I've got two producers. I just kept this small because I mean, I don't apply for a lot of grants and I didn't want to put a lot of work into this. So it's just two producers that have a couple small ponds that have basically filled in. And so I was just looking for some assistance to get an excavator out there and just maybe go as close to the middle as we could and maybe dig some of that silted in stuff out. This isn't to rebuild any spillways or any dikes or anything like that. It's simply just to make a little deeper hole in there. So when we have dry times such as what we have now, maybe there's a little reserve in there.
Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Any questions of Paul?
Do I need to tell her what you thought?
When you clean out these stock dams, it's really good idea to fence them off and put a solar pump type deal and a tank, because if you clean them out and the cattle come back in, then they just foul up the dam. I've got dams like that myself, and it's just an issue until you fence them out. Then that keeps the water a lot cleaner also.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know that at least with one of the producers, that is the plan, to fence it.
Good.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Good luck with your
Absolutely.
Good luck with your new computer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have any questions on the educational grant?
I don't believe so. We've had a few of those and they're pretty straightforward, so.
Okay, perfect. Thank you all so much.
You're welcome. Okay.
All right, since we're done with Jackson, we'll then move on back into order. We're at 9.14 now in your packet. Roberts Conservation District is put in for $10,000 for a 2026 outreach grant. Is there anybody on the line from Roberts?
I can't tell.
I don't see anybody on the line from Roberts.
Okay, we'll just move ahead. You know,
It's another straightforward.
Yeah, outreach, see all the activities.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on then to the final one.
The Stanley, they're putting in $26,333 for a tree planting grant.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth from Stanley. So I applied for the grant last year and the guy backed out. But in the meantime, I had a couple other people call and want to do it, and so I applied for extension, but it was denied. So I'm reapplying for money again, but I did need stuff.
You plan to use the 2025 cost share, Don?
Oh, yeah, and I don't. Can I use it 2026? I just noticed that as well when all these people are doing their.
I was gonna commend you.
Yeah, oh, I missed that, sorry. I just used the same form. But can I amend that to 2020?
Okay, any questions for Mary Beth?
So once again, you had a grant from last year.
I did.
You still have that grant.
No, I didn't use it.
So you're reverting it back.
I had to revert it back because they denied the extension, so he said
You told her to.
reapply, and I forgot to change it to 2026.
So we said come back and here you are.
And here I am.
And the total amount of the grant is what you've already got,
It's based on the document.
you've got somebody obligated for that.
Well, the guy wanted it, he wanted to put in a couple miles, but he didn't want to do the game fishing parks 8 rows or whatever. But he didn't get his ground tilled up last year, so I couldn't plant trees this year, because you have to have it plowed in the fall.
But he has it prepped and
Well, if
ready
he
to go.
doesn't, I got 2 other people that want to use the grant. So I told him that, I said, if you're not gonna use it, I need to know, so these other people can get it.
And theirs is prepped.
Yeah,
Prepped and ready to go.
yeah, but they're not as big a project, so probably won't be as much. They're more smaller.
Okay, but the two of them together will, use up the money.
Yeah, I mean, we give them what we could.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? I guess not. Okay, thank you, Mary Beth. All right, that concludes our review, right, Al?
Yep. Because I don't see anybody else from Roberts that got online, so.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's straightforward,
Okay, I think we'll just proceed on to take action on the grants. So there's the guy with the hat. Procedurally, just the only thing Greg and Jason probably should know, if there are any districts that have more than one,
Pick a priority.
yeah, they will select which one they want to give their top priority. The other one will stay in the hat. Okay, so I think we're ready to go.
The first one is Edmonds Conservation Education, that's 9.5.
Chairman, how much do we have available?
$335,265.
$140,000 short.
We're short. If we paid everybody the equal amount, we would fund them at 75%. That would be if we paid everybody equal amounts.
It's hard to see.
So, that's communism.
Yeah.
That's communism.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of
Also
like
takes us off.
each one be
It's bad enough
judged.
we got a May basket in there, so we don't need this other stuff. Have a May Day parade or something.
Okay, personally, I think we should look at each one on its own merits and, not be communist.
Are we starting with Edmonds then? or-
Yeah, starting with Edmonds for the 1500.
Edmonds will be the first one.
Well, the only comment I would have on that is, they include a lot of Arbor Day activities. And of course, Arbor Day is already over for this year, and the grant expires at the end of this year. So they've already missed Arbor Day. And that's a lot of the stuff that they've got in here. So, I don't know, are they gonna be able to spend it? It's only $1,500.
Yeah, they're like most, they're, the thing you gotta remember on all of these things, they're farmers. They've already spent the money figuring they're gonna get it later, you know, that's.
Wait a minute, you can't pay for something before the grant starts.
Yeah.
No.
The
But
grant won't start
they have to have supplies for next year for Arbor Day.
But one of the basic things that a conservation district is tasked to do is to observe and make recommendations and then provide examples. And so, something they're already should be doing is some of the things they're applying for in these INEs. We should plant a tree before we apply for cost share to go over to school. We can do that during our own time. Most every district can afford that.
They do have other activities, so, you know, in addition to. So, any,
My daughter brought home, ponderosa pine in third grade, and it's, about 30 feet tall right now. And it's still growing, so the idea behind that is, outreach and, encouragement.
We got our blue spruce from McDonald's one year and they're still growing.
See, but I know plenty of districts that have done all those things.
Yep.
And didn't ask for a cost share to do it.
Okay, Edmund's got the vegetable garden and the pollinator stuff, that's coming forward for the summer. That's. Are you ready for a motion?
1,500.
Question first? It's all right. Mr. Chairman, just, I'm just throwing this out here, we've got like over $16,000 of INE. Is there any way we can put these to the end until we see if we have any money left?
We sure can if you make the right motion.
In that case, I would move that we move the INE, all INEs till the end to see if we have any money left over.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Charlie, second by Gene, and we, I'm not sure what the right term is, but we'll just say move these INE grants to the end. Any further discussion on it?
So for clarification, it would be Edmonds County for 1,500, Hutchinson County for 3,000. Jackson County for 2,100. Roberts County, 10,000.
Yep.
Okay. Make note of that, there's 4.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor of that motion, if there's no, excuse me, any further discussion? None?
How about draw in order, but then don't rule on them until the end, and then they'll be ruled on in the order they were drawn. Don't leave out of the draw.
I figure I'd throw them back in and we'd go through them that way. Is that easier?
Yeah, I think so.
I got all 4 of them pulled out right now.
Yeah.
We just do that.
Just leave them out.
Yeah, just leave them out. The motion is we just hold off on those till the end.
Yep. And then draw on.
If nothing else, Edmonds is the first one. We could probably remember Edmonds was already pulled out.
So Charlie made the motion, Gene seconded it.
Yeah.
We just need to call the roll.
All those in favor say aye, Phyllis, nay.
Tom?
Aye.
Bruce?
Aye.
Gene?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye. Okay, we'll proceed on without the INE outreach applicants in the bank.
Okay, grab next one.
Yeah.
Next one is Lincoln. They are 9.12.
that's the one that we, if we're gonna do it, we have to request that they tie the, participation in that to actually planting trees back into the area that we have helped them take them out, otherwise they will refund the cost share that they receive for the, taking the trees out.
So the motion will be to, if you approve the applied for amount with that stipulation, that they plant or they have to pay back.
We should make note that if they apply for a tree planting grant, it's tied, in the future, it's tied to that one. Because if we don't approve the tree planting grant, then everybody's in trouble.
For the sake of further conversation, I would make a motion that we, finance that to a tune of $10,000.
Second that.
With the stipulation.
With the
Just like he said.
With stipulation. Okay, we have a motion by Bruce and a second by Gene to approve Lincoln County's project in the amount of $10,000 with the stipulation that planting must occur or what?
Or they refund the money received for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It is in their proposal. The last line says, these sites plan to plant trees in spring 2027.
But there's nothing. Plans, everyone's perfect with the first shot fire.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
nothing binding there.
We're trying to bind it up, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we got the motion in the second.
Todd, yes.
Discussion.
So regardless of whether they get a tree planting grant or not, they have to plant trees, right? That's what we're telling them.
So they get the money back for the renovation.
Well, I agree with that you have to plant trees, but if they're depending upon a grant, they haven't even got a grant, there's no guarantee they're gonna get a grant for that either.
Good point.
Has the commission ever approved, site preparation, either, disking or herbicide treatments, separately from tree planting in the past?
I don't think we.
No, most of the time it's required by who's approving of the trees.
We have approved renovation projects, which includes tearing out of old shelter homes.
Okay.
But renovation by the term itself means replanting, tearing out and replacing, that's what renovation is.
Bill's got his hand in the air.
There has been instances where the commission's had phase one where they've done the removals, and then they've come in and done a separate grant for the planting.
So there's a history of that.
It's been a few years when it's been done that way, but.
And it's really hard in certain areas, in the timeliness, you might do a renovation in 26, and by the time the site is back, ready to be planted, it might be 29. Letting the soils get back to working it up.
And if you tie it in with the tree planting, this gets to Charlie's, I mean, we're working off of a docket in 2026, and like you say, 2029, that docket is obsolete at that point.
But their statement says, these sites plan to plant trees in spring 2027. Well, it costs a lot more to tear the old ones out than it will to plant trees, so maybe they're not even going to apply for a grant to plant the trees. Because this is a bigger step. I mean, as far as expense, it takes more to tear one out than to plant it.
I mean, it's nothing, it just puts responsibility on them to apply for a grant and kind of puts the obligation on us.
Well, if they're tearing it out, they're gonna put the tree back in. We're furnishing the money to tear it out. Otherwise, they pay it back.
Okay,
That's fair. I think that's understandable.
Tammy? Speaking as a bit of a historian on this whole thing, there was a time in which the commission required a cost share agreement with each producer, stating what the money was to be spent for and what they were contracting to do. And basically, it was a conservation fund, indicated the cost share, what the cost share would be, all the way through the aftercare and everything. So you had a legal document between the conservation district and the producer, just like NRCS does and FSA, that says this is what you're gonna do. And by putting on this stipulation, you're going back again to that cost share agreement, which I always thought was a good idea.
Okay.
To add flavor to it, the key agreement was to those producers who just put trees in and didn't care for them and they had a 50% depth loss, they were responsible for paying the grant back if they didn't care for their trees. What was 75% success was the old number?
Yeah, and there was a drought or something, there was some relief given, but yes, having an agreement written down between the district and the producer used to be one of the requirements.
I think right now we have a motion on the table. 10,000 with the stipulation they plant the trees or pay back the 10,000. I think we've had an adequate discussion.
Yeah, and there's no time, I mean, he can do it 2 years. Like Bruce said, he can do it 2 years if he had to get the soil ready.
Okay, we're gonna vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay.
Tom?
I'm gonna say nay, just for the reason that we're short of money and, there's some controversy on this.
Bruce?
Aye.
Gene?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
Dean?
Nay.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Nay.
Jason?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Oh,
What was the tally?
6-3.
Okay, motion carried. Okay, motion's carried.
Next up, we have the Hyde Falk Enhancement Phase 4, 9.9.
Okay, that's 48,000. So. What are your thoughts on that?
This is their fourth request.
They still have 17 left. Is it all expended on that? Yes, no.
I'm sorry?
The 17,000 that's left on the balance for the previous one, is it obligated or?
She said it was. She said it was.
Last one was 28,000, whatever that's worth.
Yep.
They've had a really good track record in the past.
Mr. Chairman, I would move 32,000.
32? 32. Okay, we do have a motion to approve the grant in the amount of 32,000.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Bruce. Motion by Tom. Any discussion on the motion?
Just a quick to clarify, me and the cost share deal, in their grant application, they say, we're paying this price. Is that it? Or do they say, oops, we wanna come back and, they're saying, 6,000 linear feet at 60 cents per foot. Fabric bare at 90 cents, that's what they have in there, that's what they're asking for in our application. Are they locked into that, or do they come back next year and say, oops, we wanna go with the 27 to 28 bucket?
Well, if they
I mean,
come,
I'm just clarification, I don't care, but.
if they come back, then it's up to us to decide whether they should, should be changed. We can look at it then.
It might be good not to be too specific in some of these.
They're the ones that put down.
This does express it.
That's what they're putting down, that's what they're gonna pay, and they're fine. If I approve it, you say that's what you're gonna pay, that's what you're gonna pay.
I guess that does express their intent.
It does.
Doesn't, I don't know that it removes their prerogative to request it.
I just wanna get some clarification, I'm sure we're gonna be discussing this whole thing later on.
Again, it's estimated, isn't it, a guarantee?
I
Okay.
can tell you right now, Angela, if we do that in a Forest Service grant, we're locked in.
Oh, yeah.
We can always refer back to that if, when they come in and ask.
Good. Take note.
Okay.
Charlie will remember.
We have a motion on that?
Okay, any other discussion?
Tom made the motion, I seconded.
You have a motion?
Seconded for 32,000.
Yep, have a motion and a second. Discussion is closed, all those in favor say aye, opposed nay.
Tom,
Aye.
Bruce,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Charlie, Dean,
Aye.
Dwayne,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Jason, Doug.
Aye. Motion carried.
Charlie, what was your vote? Okay.
Oh,
Next up, we have Custer, 9.1.
Okay, Custer, 50,000.
I would move for 35.
Motion for 35.
I'll
We have
second
Bruce.
his
Who's second?
motion.
Bruce?
Yep.
Okay, motion and a second to approve at 35,000.
That's on Custer?
Yes.
Custer, 9.1 in your book.
Yep.
Any discussion on that?
50 and 54, how much?
35. Any further discussion? If none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor say aye, opposed nay.
Tom,
Aye.
Bruce,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Charlie,
aye.
Dean,
Aye.
Dwayne,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Jason,
Aye.
Doug.
Aye. Motion's carried. Okay, next.
Next up, we got Davidson micro irrigation, that's 9.2.
I withdraw, yeah, we withdrew that one.
Oh. So now you gotta.
Okay, at the, I suppose the record should say that by request of the district,
Yeah.
you speak on behalf of the district, that application be withdrawn.
Should you do that, or, I mean, do you have the authority just to say when you withdraw?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering
Wouldn't
about.
it be cleaner just to deny it?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can do that.
I'm gonna be denied.
I think I would,
Yeah.
Save your butt.
I think I would,
Fired.
on,
Otherwise you'll get.
further
in trouble.
reflection, I think I agree with Charlie.
Charlie moved to deny, he's the denier.
I'm the denier.
I'll
Just say
second.
nay.
I don't want to second.
Let the record show that
Charlie denied.
Charlie Denier moved to deny. And it was seconded by Jean. Any discussion on that?
And the reason is they already have one that they never used.
Okay. All in favor will say aye, opposed nay.
Tom,
Aye.
Bruce,
Abstain.
Jean,
Aye.
Charlie, Dean,
Aye.
Dwayne,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Jason,
Aye.
Doug.
Aye. That'll get you off the hook too, Bruce.
Get to keep my job another year.
Okay.
Quiet again.
Next up, we have Dewey, they are 9.4.
Okay, this is a large one, 73.
Move for 35,000.
Okay, we have a motion by Gene to approve at 35,000.
I hope they use it all up within the first 6 months.
I'll second that motion of 35,000.
Second by Bruce. Any discussion?
And as they requested, all projects will be funded under the 2026 cost share docket. He requested it, he said it.
Okay. I missed.
It's funded under 2026.
That's
The
what
way
that's what they asked for.
The way they talk, they should have enough, I mean, they should probably burn through it in the first 6 months.
And they said right in there that they're gonna do it under the 2026 cost share docket, so they made the request.
We don't need to make that part of the motion or anything, it's already.
It's already in there, yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion, questions? Now we'll proceed on the motion to approve at 35,000. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
And Doug.
Aye. Motion carried.
Next up, Stanley County, 9.15.
Okay, we're here.
Oh, 25,000. I thought you put she put the cost share docket.
She's,
Okay.
That was a little higher than before.
with the amendment that it's a 26 dock.
Excuse me. Someone make a motion.
I think Gene did.
Motion for 25,000, but understanding it's on the 26 docket as she mentioned in
Okay,
testimony.
motion was made by Gene, 25,000. Bruce second. Okay, any discussion on that? On the 26 dot. Okay, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie. Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
And Doug.
Aye. Motion's carried.
Next up, we have Day County, 9.3.
Okay. Another highly leveraged, large project.
That's your motion. 55.
Bruce?
55,000.
Yes. Yeah, I'll make a
Second.
motion for 55.
I'll second.
Charlie.
Okay, motion by Bruce, second by Charlie, to approve at 55,000. Any more discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Abstain.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason. Doug.
I should abstain. Motion carries. Okay.
is the Jackson Dam repair and clean out. We'll just go with that one since you guys are moving the I&E ones to the end. That's 9.10.
9.10, 16,000 for dam cleanouts.
10,000.
Motion?
I can't.
I make a motion that we fund it to a tune of $10,000.
Okay, we got a motion.
I second that.
Motion by Bruce, second by Dean. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye, opposed nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Charlie?
Abstain.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
And Doug.
Aye. Motion carried.
Next up, we have the hand shelter belt establishment, 9.7.
Okay, and county, and this. Anybody have a number?
Mr. Chairman, just so the commissioner is aware, I've already, if you look at the screen I have the remaining total ask currently is $179,000, and the current available funds is $133,000. So we can track how much more we have left of ask and remaining available.
Make a motion that we fund it.
What's the ask?
The ask is 179, the remaining is 133. So you got 46?
Yeah.
46 left to cut.
46. Over, but, oh, this project is
Yeah.
50,000.
I'll make a motion that we fund 9.7 Han County for 30,000.
Okay, motion has been made,
Second.
30,000, and this, the motion was by Bruce, the second was by Gene. Is there a discussion? What do they say about the docket, Charlie? They
They've
I'm
got the
looking, I haven't found
60
it.
cents for
I'm
linear
still
foot.
looking here.
30,000,
No,
90 cents. They specified.
okay, no further discussion, all in favor say aye, opposed nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Charlie.
Aye.
Dean.
Abstain.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
Aye. Motion carried.
Now we have Hockin County, 9.6.
Okay, we got a 42,600 for tree planting.
You said, just one question. You said you had all of them. There's 4 of them, and that they'll use up the 42.6.
I believe so. And if I can add to, like, I thought of this after I sat down. In Hockin County, the only thing our district does is tree planting. We own a tree planter and a tree cooler, and our whole project for next year.
35, I make a motion to do 35,000 on it.
Okay. There's a motion on the table, 35,000. Second, is there a second?
I'll second.
Charlie? Okay,
Question, is that, are you guys gonna be in trouble then, or?
No, we just might have to reapply in 2027
Okay.
or 2028 or whatever, so, or they can apply, try applying for equal again, however things go, so.
All right.
You can apply this fall too, and you'll still have time for your 2027 plantings.
Especially if we get the land repaired.
Yep, just gotta get the land prepared.
okay, any further question? Otherwise, we'll proceed to vote on the motion, which is to approve at 35,000. All in favor, say aye, opposed, nay.
Tom?
Aye.
Bruce?
Aye.
Gene?
Aye.
Charlie?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Dwayne?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Jason?
Aye.
And Doug?
Aye. Motion's carried.
I have Millet, 9.13.
Move to approve at 40. 40,000.
Okay, we have a motion by Gene to approve Millet's at 40,000. Anyone care to second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Greg. Any questions or comments or discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Did you have something?
I just wanted to add that the new numbers now are, total available now is at 68, and the total remaining is at 86. So what is that, 18 left to cut?
Yep.
So, going at 40, then,
We still have 4 things that we haven't even talked about.
right, but you're gonna actually have a surplus if you look at 40. Just wanna throw that out there.
We got those 4 at the end.
What'd you say about the surplus, Eric?
If you go 40 on Millet, you'll now have then a surplus of roughly around $14,000.
And about 16,000 left application.
The remaining, if you go 40, like how the motion stated, the remaining available will far exceed what the remaining ask is by 14,000.
Oh.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
Does
All right,
that,
let's,
just for clarification, that includes the 4 outreach
That
program?
includes the 4 outreach programs.
That's fully funding the 4 outreach, which that's probably not gonna happen.
okay, let's, get back to Millet, right? That's where we're at.
Yes, Millet.
We have a motion for 40.
Is it time to consider a higher rate for Millet, let's say 50, to utilize the funding that we have available?
Well, this would be the time to do it.
Yes.
By, either withdrawal of
There's
the original motion or an.
I would withdraw and be open to a different
There-
number.
There's 60,000 that they were awarded
Last time?
last, that ended, that will end in June. They have used that 60,000. They've got another one that ends in a year.
And it supposedly got it all used up.
Yes, that is already all allocated out.
So it looks like
Go 50.
using the 60 like that, they have need.
But if we use the 60, then we got nothing for the other ones.
Gene, did you make the original motion?
I made the original motion.
Did you withdraw it?
I withdraw, whoever had the
Okay, we're
second.
back to a clean table.
So now I'm gonna make the new motion for 50,000 for Millet.
Okay. Okay, we got a motion by Bruce, second by Dwayne to approve Millet at 50,000.
Let Donald Trump call you.
Don't start.
He's got that secret ring when he calls you. You know it's coming.
Okay, any more discussion on that motion? Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye, opposed nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene. Charlie.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
Aye.
Donald wants Charlie to fly over to Virgin Golf.
Charlie, you have to abstain. You have to abstain. You have to abstain.
Same here.
His
Donald,
answer,
he confuses me.
his answering, abstaining, and flying to Virgin Golf.
Okay, now we're down to,
Hold on. So the remaining available is 18,000, the remaining ask is 16,000. So you can fully fund everything and still have $2,265 left over.
okay, so we're back to consideration of the 4 outreach grants.
The first one was-
They should go back in the hat and draw them out.
Well, you guys said you guys wanna do Edmonds because they were the first one.
Yeah, they were drawn for.
So the next one will be Edmonds 9.5.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to fund Edmonds for $1,500. Second.
Okay, motion Bruce, second Gene. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie. Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
Motion's carried.
Next up is the Hutchison Awareness Education Outreach 9.8.
I'd like to throw in just 2 cents worth of, we have the money, these are small projects. I think the value is always there, right, the nickel and dime. What in some cases I think is a uplifting part of the district's activities. Anyway, we're open for a motion.
I'll move to approve the 3,000.
Okay, motion by Greg to approve 3,000. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dwayne. Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie. Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
Aye. Motion carried. Okay,
Now we have Jackson Education Awareness 9.11.
who said that? Charlie. Okay, we have a motion to approve the requested amount, and we have a second somewhere. Jason? Okay, Jason, second. Any discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye, opposed nay. All.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Abstain.
Charlie.
Aye.
Sorry, Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
The last one is Robert's, 9.14.
Charlie, you'll have donuts for like the next year.
It's either Uncle Don or Uncle Mitch, I'm not sure which one.
Okay, this is the last one.
Yep, Robert's 9.14.
Do we have enough to fund this, Al?
Correct, you can fully fund it.
Robert, Al, gee whiz.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I do have a question. Part of their budget, they have 2,900 for travel. Is that something that we have? I know we don't do salaries, but what about travel? Seems to me that contract is consistent with the-
No, it's just a fully funded.
So, Alex, you have any comment on
Between
that?
that and the administration, is that the max too? Is that a bus?
I don't know how much driving they plan on doing.
If you add that to the administration, then that's way over.
Well, we treat travel different than administration. Administration deals with paperwork, you know, talk about grant related stuff, contracts, or filing reimbursement, amendments, that type of stuff. This would be treated differently for travel. Travel, we just reimburse based off of the miles, state rate mileage, that's all.
Open to a motion.
I'll move $8,000.
I'll second that.
Moved. Charlie, seconded by Dean. Any other discussion? Gives balance of about 3 left. Hearing
Tom.
none?
Oh,
Well, you're in charge.
You had a question?
No.
Okay. All in favor of the 8,000? Aye?
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce. Jean.
Aye.
Charlie. Dean.
aye.
Dwayne.
Abstain.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
And Doug.
Aye. Motion carried. Okay, I think we made it through.
You would take a break?
I think we should take a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait.
We gotta go and shut the door.
Okay, resume at 3:00 sharp.
Got money left? Yeah, this is a tough one.
What do we do with that? Buy pizza or?
Buy pizza.
Actually, by sign.
Yeah.
Every project that we approve, sign.
I think we were done with say that. Dave would say that. When do you need to step out for hit the bath and he's all like use coffee?
I'll take all those.
Yes.
How long was he was doing it?
Yep.
Chuck and I was, I mean, he was chair for sure. Like
Make
5 or
sure you
6
sign it,
years.
and then I'll take care of the rest.
At the beginning of the contract, but then when they submit,
Yeah.
they get reimbursed.
Conservation District submits a voucher back to Mark. And they send it. Fastest turnaround? Probably one.
I was just thinking.
Hey, figured, well, actually, I found 2 duplicate ones. And then I'm like, well, I don't need to have these all in here from
You know, a lot of those,
the original.
like Gene said, you know, there's probably a boilerplate application.
No, it's just like,
today, with your signature. You know what, just put your address in from your house to 523 East Capitol Avenue.
Okay.
Then we know exactly how many miles it took you to get from home
That's
to
all you
here.
need is just that.
Make sure you sign it.
And do.
And then, like, if you were to do that in the back of your head, like I said, I don't know. But if you put your address on there, I can figure it out. Okay, make it easy. I can make it easy for you.
I had Jody go through and pick out any of the landscape pictures that are.
So, I've got a story.
Something that might make it
My wife
nice.
she was, and put clickers. Anyway, she was the person for the NECD.
What time are we gonna get home?
Big boss.
Is this round trip, auto mile?
That's the way I'm doing it.
One night,
Yeah, it will.
just like you, the phone rings. She says, and you can tell by the way Thune is acting.
I've been here.
It's tragic.
We do have it.
And he says, so he said, you know.
Oh, okay.
Also, the district say that they don't want the cost share up to the, then there was not, there was like, well, there's so much interest. You know, the roads are not.
Right, because that's the maximum pull, they can do their own.
Yeah, there is no system.
Right. So I'd say they play with them themselves.
And then all of a sudden, she said, yeah, she says, we got to bring her into it. Out in the outer room, we bring her into the conference call, so it's still talking with.
I just, like, see there's confusion. I didn't realize all of a sudden.
That's the brain trust in the Oval Office that are talking about and say that.
Well, I mean, the trees, it's just like.
Why, what the,
70 cents.
what the?
It's the biggest
Nicki
one.
Minaj involved in this.
It's like one of the fabric, it's one of the only practices that here that have.
So anyway, the Morris is, well, okay, what's your take on?
I remember when Steve was here for this, I mean, his work.
It goes well. I don't think.
I'm gonna head out so I can. Can you send me?
Yeah, I remember. That's probably not.
Because I'm not exactly
Well, it's
sure
just
my.
the next day, she's out. So you know how close Thune really is into the inner circle?
Yeah, I was looking at the board, and I think it's during the whole
So, I mean, just, I love to see a picture of our government coming from somebody that's right in the mouth of it. It's like, well, that's as screwed up as you think it is.
So, well,
things like that.
Oh.
So, yeah,
Oh, really? That's like, yes, because I've got pipe trees. But it's covered in full.
So, in your, you guys have.
80s, I'll see work with those, so. It was 80s.
We did this out there practicing.
It wasn't that long ago, actually, just went to crew cap.
Oh, it's just one bit of.
Well, then I get calls, you know.
Yes.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'll do that, I'll,
It's been a long day.
I start planting tomorrow. My Freddy's already sent me.
Oh,
got an interesting this year.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Typically, the ice fishing
But you guys are
right
really
out front of our house.
We're
When
done.
I moved out to South Dakota,
PSA
I
Dodgers.
had a really good job. We had vehicles. No, it's
Cultivated this year.
You also see downtown.
Yeah, one day this year,
I was thinking even.
afternoon, there was 3 snow bears.
Well, I run into this all the time.
Got a smooth guy. Next morning, there were 8.
You have to,
Just out of fish, I got
Sound like that?
Yeah, and then it stayed that way for about 2 weeks.
The rest of America, you have to show me some kind of ID that has a real ID on it, with stars.
And all of a sudden,
So, check the passport, it's real ID.
Chuck's there every day, so I feel like I need to come
A lot of non-resident people.
Yeah, no, I
have real ID. Even though
Okay, yeah.
they're on they're resident alien.
And the other one to lung cancer.
I'm telling you, when I say I love this, I am so,
So
I'm proud
the way that they put that on their driver's license wasn't really thought through completely. Everybody that has a star on there doesn't mean that they're a US citizen.
snowbears are really, so mobile, they just, almost nothing. They're all, forward. So, grill, grill. By the end of the day, you look up, you know, they leave a little. Look like a dead still.
gotta go down after.
And I think I used maybe the end of it. Yep.
What's the sign, huh? Was that? Yeah, so.
Yeah, that was Hunter T. He did
That's prime area for fiscally responsible. Yes, for,
You know, right when we have.
We were physically responsible for the sign and the
Oh, absolutely.
Save every time. But I just need you to.
I look at
Yeah,
it.
it's almost seems like cheating.
Yes, sir.
First time I did this.
Yeah, I was. First year,
switch to you. She's like, so
I got a friend that says he doesn't need that, his wife puts.
I don't think it's that.
So anyway. We were in Argentina the week ago. So anyway, and then when we came back.
So we had instances where they had listed prices
Well, we
that
have
were
to-
below that, we get funded. So when it happened, it was 2017 or 2019.
With NRC,
So we were back down in Rochester
when I asked him,
end of March.
Like last year, I kind of made a vow.
actually,
Finish my
But like with the forest service,
so I
don't put a set
we have to when we did the budget for NRC.
Well, I know.
They only, everything.
That's all. Yeah, they actually want you,
Well, yeah, I mean,
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, it's.
Information from Bloodworth is there.
So we're probably still broadcasting stuff every year without killing the machine.
For instance, my wife, and all of a sudden the Amazon I've had people.
You wouldn't think you would notice conversations.
Conservation District.
So, he did a fuel exposure, but
I think this is funding.
Well, and Jody. And like, okay, and when I went through the portal, it was.
oh yeah, tree diversity.
Oh, in fact,
That's why.
The goal.
like they had one
But I know our people specifically, when we see a tree diversity, it's very narrow, because we've had some conversations with people where we get the conservation. Like, I don't know.
So.
Black walnut, and you should be planting next to. And we got pushed back from one conservation, should not. Black walnut.
The county said it's going
No, because it would kill grass too. I don't know, I haven't talked to Kevin. And the walnut husks are also mildly toxic. Horses and cattle.
He hasn't gotten anything, then I'd be checking.
Yeah.
But.
I love it. That when it was this big around, when he built his house 40 years, well, it was 40 years ago. It's now much bigger. So, he always wrapped the base of that tree with barbed wire. So after he was gone, whoever tried to cut it down, I'm sorry.
Over in Minnesota,
oh, yeah.
But,
But she does do that.
well, I used to use black walnut.
We had like.
All you did was throw out some crushed pulp. If we're gonna do anything, we're gonna do each side. But anyway, back to. But to your point, it needs some diversity, the type, and they'll make suggestions. If it's like an NRCS.
It is so low that they need to burn water back, they need to flood storage.
It's like you look it over, and now you know that you should be a little bit more diverse.
And there's there's some areas, especially out west, where it's suitable for training, harvest 2 or 3 species. So those plantings are gonna use the options, they don't have any other options.
But then you probably know
Runoff on Camel.
The other thing is if our people haven't, like if it's a species our people aren't familiar with,
Scary scenario as far as Bitter Lake filling full level or one model says, there's 10% probability. Another one, it's probability.
Some of it is, no CRP. Yeah, trees and, planting.
That isn't right. Well, we'd be, the living room would be a foot underwater. But, my point is,
some districts are better,
issue with
have a better opportunity to adjust those shifts.
data they put in the model
They're more diverse, like,
discussion.
down there, they can run those.
so the data they use are from wet years. Well, then it's gonna.
They provide some pull in. They look
Well, that just coincides with the what?
My dad's around. I don't know about you, but
Thank you.
yes. I can understand how it works. Yep, we better get back to it.
Charlie, they tell us.
Thank
you. Okay, where we at?
Spend all the money.
It's okay, congratulations.
Now we gotta talk about the.
Jordan,
By the way, have you met Katie?
I have not, I'm
Say
due.
Mary.
Pick your year.
Yeah, it's probably.
That's it. Dwayne and I were talking, I had this visualization after I looked at the pizza. You know, so you have this pie, certain pizza. You're gonna cut it in 16 pieces, but it gets a little small, or you want to cut it in 6. Less people, but you get a bigger. I think the old philosophy is kind of a little bit, spread it out to more people. Okay, welcome back. We're through the grant review process. We've already had a little discussion on docket, but now is the time that it's on our agenda. Alex, are you gonna talk about this? Or-
Are we on the Natural Resource Conservation Award?
Oh, I skipped over that. I'm sorry. Yeah, we gotta go back to the awards. So
Yes,
you
so
wanna give
that's,
some little background and, before we get into that?
Yeah, the Natural Resource Conservation Award program is a program that's administered by the Conservation Commission. Local conservation districts nominate landowners, producers, landowners in their district for the award. They approve their application at their board meeting, and then they send their application to the state by April 1st. We then review applications at the state level here, which we will shortly here, and approve them. When awardees get a nice big reflective sign that they can hang up and show off to their neighbors. All the good things that they're doing.
and it's well appreciated by the people that get them.
Okay, we have, what tab is that?
Tab 10.
Tab 10, we have, several nominees. We go through these one at a time.
For the sake of time, since we still have quite a bit of stuff going, left to discuss and people gotta travel, we just wanna not recognize every single individual as a list them through where they're from, districts that nominated them. And then
Okay.
any commissioners
Approve
wanna-
them all?
Yeah.
We can at the end, after we just formally recognize each one.
Okay, did you wanna do that then?
Sure. From the Bannock County Conservation District, they nominated B&K Ranch from Martin. From the Custer Conservation District, they nominated Penny and Paul Svetkinson and Julie Oswald. From Hockin Conservation District, they nominated Chad and Jenna Finn, Jason and Vonda Hamill, and Lacey and Jamie Kirkpatrick. From Kingsbury Conservation District, they nominated Lori Gem, Richard Abrahamson, and Neil Larson. And from Marshall Conservation District, they nominated KPB Oregon.
Okay, I encourage all of you to look through these. I glanced through them, at home, and, it's really reassuring to see what some of these people are doing out there on the land.
Mr. Chairman, is there a news release that goes out about these
Yeah, there'll be once it's done.
with their descriptions in it, or will it just say that they all received it?
We can't, with the news release, as many as there are, we can't get into that level of detail, but we can give an overall, like we have in the past, you know, they qualified for this because they meet X, Y, and Z.
Would you object if I wrote an additional news release to get sent to the districts about summarizing this stuff for each individual producer?
But the one we print, we go through our channels.
Yeah, I was just asking if you had an objection if we just gave something to the districts for more information.
Okay, I think, a motion would be in order to approve
I'll make that motion.
these people as listed for the award. Motion by Dwayne,
Second, Dean.
second by Dean. No discussion. Not all those in favor, say aye, opposed nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Gene.
Aye.
Charlie.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Doug.
Aye. Motion carried. Okay, now to the docket. Remember at, our last meeting, or whenever it was, we did make several adjustments to the docket, but there was some broader, recommendations by, I think, Mike Baldwin from Custer. You know, our, docket in its entirety is various degrees of behind the times and hadn't been adjusted for a long time. Granted, several of these are practices that aren't used very often. So where should we be looking at, tab
Tab 11.
11? So with that little background, Eric, Alex, you wanna chime in and lead us along a little bit?
Yes, so the commission tabled the Custer County Conservation District docket application from the fall grant round to today. What you see here today is their previous application. We did reach out to Custer and ask them if they wanted to provide any additional documentation, and they said no. What you see here is what they deemed sufficient. Mike Baldwin is on the line. If you would like him to provide any additional detail, you can.
So, in Mike's letter here, the pipeline, the 5 things and tanks are the ones that he's recommending
Yep,
change.
the pipeline and tanks. This is
And could you go down those and where's the amounts that are current?
Do the same thing as 2025. I don't believe we added a 2026 docket in, but there should be a 2025 docket in there, and the amount should still be the same because you guys didn't change it yet.
Could you read?
So, from the Mike's application, pipeline plastic above ground, requesting $2 from 180. HDPE requesting $5 from $2. PVC up to 1 1/4 inch. Custer is requesting 460 from 270. PVC 1 1/2 to 2 inch. Custer is requesting $5 from 310. PVC 3 inch. Custer's requesting $550 from 410. Tanks, standard tank installation. Customer is requesting $250 from 160.
Okay, using that as a starting point for discussion, what do the members of the board have to say?
So for clarification, when we set that, the producer still pays 50%, correct?
Correct.
And so, I'll just use an example, the plastic pipe goes from $1.80 to $2, it goes up 20 cents. Of that, it's costing us 10 cents because the producer is paying the other 10 cents.
We're gonna split.
I can answer that if you'd like.
Throw it up higher.
I think Mike was.
Mike, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I can answer that. He's correct. So the 50% depends if there's riparian restoration involved, then they get 50%. Otherwise, they only qualify for 30%. So for that first example, pipeline, plastic above ground, at 30%, they would get 60 cents. And at 50%, they would get $1. If that helps.
All right, any thoughts?
Interesting. Mr. Chairman, are we gonna vote line by line or just take them all as a blanket?
I guess we could do it either way. If there was some specific, felt strongly about specifically, but not others, we could itemize. Otherwise, we could approve the whole works if that be the pleasure.
I would make a motion that we approve for conversation's sake, the whole works.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items.
Including the
6 items, yeah.
Okay. We do have a motion that we approve as recommended by the Custer Conservation District. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, Gene seconds, so we'll have discussion. Motion by Bruce, second by Gene. What's discussion? Tom?
Mr. Chairman, this probably is more in general than it is to this actual point, but is the procedure we're going to use is whenever someone requests it that we vote on it, or in my opinion, it would be better to set, say, January 1 of every 2 years or every 1 year to consider everything and vote on everything there. And then, so we have consistency for at least a certain period of years. We're just adding, in my opinion, we're adding flame to our already burning fire. Where, now we have another one, but.
Yeah, I think that's a good point procedurally.
I would prefer to have one policy that says this, and it's right in this narrow line, and then everybody has to abide by it. Then we're done with it, we don't have to do it every month or every day.
Probably, as I see it, the reason we're discussing this now is
Right, because
too
we
hard to
passed it
handle,
on from last time.
too hard to handle at the last meeting. Typically, what is the standard
In November, the fall grant round is when we have our official.
for the next?
And normally, don't we usually have the Employees Association give us
Which we did in-
recommendations for all of them, not just for 5 things? I mean, because of the shrubs and tree planting and all of this stuff, it also probably will see increases in the near future, I'm guessing.
So we're kind of piecemealing it, and I think that's your.
I don't like to do that, I would rather, I like to have it all done at once.
For the sake of some tidbit of conversation, PVC pipes and those things have gone skyrocket high.
Well, I don't question any of that, I don't question the price, I don't know what they are, I don't question any of that. I guess I'm just questioning the procedure.
I agree with you though, Tom, the procedure is.
We could do better, I think.
Well, the fall grant round's coming up. We could always, delay this, and that's an option, is to.
How far out of line are we gonna be with, being competitive, basically? I mean, if anybody, people are gonna say, well, that's nowhere close to what it's cost, and we're not gonna, or is it still gonna be a better deal? Nothing.
Who sets it in the first place is the dominant contractor.
NRCS always sets a rate for pipeline tanks.
Continue, yeah, but I also recommend a lot of these people don't qualify for NRCS.
But they're kind of a guide to go by.
Yeah. Well, that and GF&P under their Habitat program, which you see in your list. They're the 2 big players in the game, I guess, in the state.
And what percentage of cost share are they trying to achieve when they set their rates?
From 50 to 75, our cost share rates have changed year to year dramatically. They completely overhauled them again this year. So this year they added a base payment to the per foot payment. We're actually paying for the pipe by the pound now too. So ours is really goofy this year. It's hard to, we have to convert it to feet to figure it out. So, but, I mean, I can get you those numbers if you want them, but.
So, Chairman?
Yeah.
These are the prices that are current since Custer has sent this in, is that correct?
Which ones are you looking at?
The $2, I'm looking at,
That's
Custer.
what they are recommending, we change the docket to.
Yes. So, and that's what they need, that's what the going rate is, this summer, are these prices.
That was a recommendation as of November, so. Well,
They might
we
be,
don't know.
they could be off by half.
Yeah.
So rather than put numbers in that are already behind, let's just leave the numbers we've got.
Until we can change.
Well, that's not gonna, do much good for this current, summer of pipeline.
I would point out, from a broader perspective, Mike's letter is pointing out that almost everything else is slid behind the tubes, not just the plastic pipes. So there is actually more to consider as far as how do we how do we keep pace with?
Well, the trenching costs, I mean, $5 diesel, your trenching costs are gonna be. And any kind of dugout construction, I can't even imagine that.
Okay. We're still dealing with the motion on the table, but we still have time. I think this is worthy of discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
Seems to me that there's a couple of things to weigh here. One is what's the actual cost of getting the work done out there? Number two, is our incentive enough to encourage people to have to go out and do the work? And I think that's the key is setting the incentive at a place where it'll encourage people to do the work, even if it doesn't quite make the 50%, because as inflation keeps increasing prices and the amount of money we have for cost share stays flat, if we keep increasing our docket, we're gonna get less and less work done. But on the other hand, if our docket is set too low, then, it's not gonna make any difference, because nobody's gonna be able to do the work anyway. So, there's seems to me there's a balancing act here, but one of the things I'd like to see, and I don't know how we go about doing this, but is, on a regular basis, see, okay, what does it cost to do these things? And then we can take a look at our docket and make a decision at that point, okay, how high can we afford to provide, or how much cost share can we afford to invest in these practices, okay? But without having that base information of what the actual cost is, it's really hard to make a decision as to whether or not we should modify our rates. And I don't know how we collect that information. I don't know if NRCS has it, or if the SDACD somehow collects it, or Resource Conservation and Forestry collects it, but how do we get that base information so that we've got something that we can use to make a decision on? Because, I appreciate what they're doing here, what the recommendations are, but, I have no idea whether or not those figures are they the best figures for right now. Like you said, if the cost of PVC has gone up considerably, they're recommending for a 1 1/4 inch below ground that we go to a $4.60. Is that 50%? Or is that 30% of what it costs? Or?
Isn't that the cost, right now for the producer to pay for, laying that line in?
Well, what it says is they want to make the following changes to the docket rates for livestock pipelines and tanks.
Yep.
I don't know.
But what you're saying, Greg, is that an accurate reflection of what the true cost is?
Yeah.
That they're recommending?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, Tom?
Actually, a question for Alex. Do you guys track that when they send in the bills? Don't they have a,
We collect receipts from the project.
but it has a price on there, what they're being charged?
Typically, yeah, there's a price per foot.
So,
Bill?
But not all the time. Sometimes they get a custom guy and he'll just invoice the entire thing, the tank, pipe,
I understand.
cement, everything, just in one lump sum, and you don't know the breakdowns. But there are sometimes that you see the breakdowns, sometimes you don't.
A wise business would they could break it down, but
Yes.
we don't always do that.
Bill, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just a little bit of history on this. In the past, when I say in the past, probably 10, 15 years ago, we would do some comparisons with NRCS's practice scale, and
then, after that, then, you know, those, I think Charlie, you were probably the primary one of the commission at the time, and maybe Doug, and maybe Tom. But, I remember, sometimes those weren't adopted, just because, the commission then wanted to see what the districts were requesting. And what we did is we modified our call for items that we still use to this day, saying if you wanna change something, shoot us a number and some data behind it. We're just not getting some of that from the districts. Now, the district-only survey, we get some of that information, but, you know, it's pretty open-ended. I know we reach out to our partners like Fish and Wildlife Service and a number of others to provide us some input. And, you know, we pretty much reliably get information from the Employees Association on the tree practices, but we don't get a lot of other input other than what Mike and Custer provided. And there's some of those docket items we haven't used in a very long time, like well sealing and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean we'll never use them again. But, you know, we're getting some data, but not enough that we can really, you know, we can compare it to NRCS's, but I remember, you know, we have to factor in whatever they're paying in the practice schedule, which you guys are still, they don't have to provide receipts, it's just if they're implementing it, whereas we're requiring them to use actual costs. Cause there was some discussion even back when Ray Sowers was still around about moving to something like NRCS, and that was not in the appetite of the commission at the time, but doesn't mean it has to be that way. So, you know, if we're wanting to change things, you know, it'd be nice to get some real data out there. And the target's moving so fast now.
It is.
And I see Mike Baldwin had his hand up before too.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, I was just gonna chime in. Well, for one thing, our district, at least since I've been around, we haven't applied for funding for a pipeline or tanks. It was just something that my board was interested in last fall. And so I started looking into it. So I didn't have data as far as that goes. How I came up with those numbers was talking to some producers in our area and then looking at what Game Fish and Parks is paying and what NRCS is paying. And so the numbers I gave are more in line with GFMP, but you can see there's still quite a bit less than what NRCS is paying, at least in FY25. I did look at FY26 numbers, but like I guess what the state has done for 26, they did something a little screwy in there. It's not on a linear foot price, excuse me, not on a linear foot price, but on a pound, per pound price. And so I didn't convert that to see how they are now in 26 versus 25, but that's kind of how I came up with my numbers.
Okay. Well, no disrespect, Mike, to your numbers, but I'm wondering in view of, you know, the absence of other data and going back to Tom's comment about procedurally piecemealing this discussion along, if it would be more appropriate to delay action on it until the November meeting, with the understanding we don't want to come back and just kick around the same stuff.
Yeah.
We want to have something more to go on. So I guess that's one option, is we could just kind of defer action, or we could take a bold step, you know, and approve it. So Mike, you go ahead, and Charlie has a comment.
Well, I am on the board for the Employees Association, and it's something that we talked about last fall. But the fact that I was including this overall evaluation of the entire docket, it was kind of a bit much for them to want to include with their one employee proposal. So that's why they asked me to do it separately. But I do agree, it is generally better to have one from the Employees Association.
Okay. So, thoughts, Charlie?
Yeah, I just thought of, you say we do our docket in November, we have a grant in November. Would it be worthwhile to say, collect what data we can and do the docket, the meeting beforehand, and have it approved, so when people wanna apply for grants in November, they have what the current, you know, this is the current docket, base your plans on this, on your grants on that, and that's what you go with. Rather than do the docket after they already submitted the grant proposals, you know, give them a chance to look at the funding thought.
Makes sense. When,
The meeting.
we could have a special docket meeting.
Well, the meeting before November is usually at the state convention, and that might be.
So we're usually kind of rushed.
Well, I'm just thinking of one of the committee meetings could be.
We don't have committee meetings anymore because we don't really have committees, but you could appoint a committee amongst the commission to research this, and I just started looking at AI a little bit and trying to figure out prices. And double check your AIs or something, but that might help us identify, I was just going with South Dakota prices on 1/4 inch PVC pipe. And they gave me an estimate for the state of South Dakota, regionally. So, I mean, there are things like that that we wouldn't necessarily have to interview and survey everybody if you just did some targeted random surveys, you know. You've got mostly, your larger suppliers are gonna be the ones that you're looking at prices. We go ask them their prices currently. Would that be an option that we have a committee? Then you wouldn't have to take quite as much time in September if your committee brought you recommendations. I know I'm crazy.
Well, we've certainly used committees approach before. That's, you know.
This is a question for NRCS. When do you, I know in the past, we've looked at your practice schedule. When do you usually publish that? Cause I know one time we wanted to try to do a docket in the summertime, but your schedule wasn't available until like October 1st.
We didn't get our payment schedule this year till mid-January.
So
We have the current one that we were using.
but it was published just 3 months ago.
And that, this year it was a national one, before it was regional, it was 4 states, and now it's a national one. Sounds like a different process next year too. But, I mean, we do have a calculator to convert it in feet, I can't do it on my phone right now, but yeah, I mean, we can.
That was one time we had discussed doing it in September, but we just didn't have, because we used a lot of the NRCS data for the comparables, and it just wasn't available until we got it in November. This year wouldn't have even been available then.
But I mean, even just using this year's data would be an update from what you had in years past. I mean, you still might be behind, but be closer to where you need to be, I guess.
Dwayne?
I wonder if the Employees Association would be able to help. You know, they're scattered all over the state, and they can pick up information all over the state, and then we average that out to come to some kind of a fair pricing for the whole state.
Or even GFP.
Okay, who likes a committee approach? Who wants to, okay, I think, and then we need, as I understood your suggestion, Charlie, we get a committee together, do some work, come to a meeting prior to our November meeting, and hash this out and come up with a docket.
And if it worked, just keep it consistent every year, so we know that, you know, before the November grant round, this is the
Change
docket
the
for the
docket.
following year.
Yeah.
And, you know, we said a lot of things we haven't used, so we wouldn't have to upgrade everything. We don't have to upgrade well sealing, it's like there's, you know, all these grants are certain practices that come up time after time after time. And if we can start concentrating on those, you know.
Okay.
Give the information before they apply for the grants.
So I'm about to
do it in September, we'd have to do it in September.
I'm about ready to appoint a committee. And then we'll have to figure out when we wanna get together with the committee. The committee would do whatever research is necessary for a meeting prior to November. Maybe September, maybe October, whatever.
Needs to be early enough so that if they're submitting for the fall grant round, that we know what they're working on.
When would that have to be then by?
Have to be by the end of September, wouldn't it?
Yep, for that, grants are due October 1.
Yeah, so it's gotta be before the end of September.
Could we conceivably do that at the convention meeting?
I think so, if you have the committee come ready on September 21st and say, this is what we propose, and you guys go, yay!
Yeah. Okay, so.
And then if grants come in, know that the docket that they're working off from will be the docket that is submitted at that time.
The unit rates will be,
All right. Now, then we have to get back, so I like that idea, and as long as we're talking about a committee, do we have some volunteers to be on the committee? Let's say 3, no more than 4.
Yep.
Tom and Charlie. And who else?
Should have one more.
Am I seeing a hand raised back there?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Just to, would it be able to have someone from the conservation districts association be on there?
We can advise you.
Yep.
Our staff is always available to advise you.
Okay, so Angelo or
And
staff.
I'm sure the Employees Association has the same thought, they're there to advise you, or to assist you find information.
They're right there
Should we have like the Employees Association represented?
That's your guys' choice, it's fine, yeah, I mean,
Tammy Moore has done this process many,
Yes.
many times.
It's Tammy,
Well,
Or Josh?
or Mike Baldwin.
or Mike Baldwin, or,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that between the Employees Association.
3 or
they told
4
us
of
the
those
numbers
folks
too.
could.
I sit on the Big Sioux Nursery board and I can tell you that they don't set their prices until like that September meeting for the next year. So as far as tree prices go, to factor in the tree planting costs, we don't know until that September meeting.
Before our meeting?
They have their
That
tree
was all-
nursery meeting on Tuesday after, in the convention. But a big point you can also make is you can take the 2025 prices, which you have, and figure a cost inflation on it.
but they wouldn't wanna have their meeting on like Monday.
I'm not gonna let them have it on Monday, cause that's our board.
Alright, I just
So,
was
Don't mess my schedule up.
trying to make some.
Mike, would you be willing to serve on this committee?
Potentially. I guess it depends. I will say, so I'm a quarter time with the district and the 3/4 with, I am the county weed and pest supervisor, so I'm gonna get really busy for the rest of the season. So that's my only concern.
Well, maybe
Yeah, we'll work it out.
we'll work out who would represent the districts, I think, what we wanna have on there.
In the
Okay,
interest
so,
of time, I'll tell you that.
You withdrew your motion.
Yes, I'll withdraw my
And
motion.
I'll second that.
And Mr. Chairman, if we can have some outreach from the Game Fish and Parks, NRCS, all those folks that dabble in those funding mechanisms, it'd be great too.
I'm assuming the committee will
Yeah.
pursue that. So, just to reiterate, Tom Glover, Charlie Moe, and Dwayne Schneider are on the committee. Tom, will you be the chairman of that committee?
Suppose we could, yeah.
We should have somebody in charge.
Bruce is on there too, isn't
Bruce on there?
I kept my arm down, I kept
he?
my.
Bruce is on there, isn't he?
Fiscally
Bruce was on there,
responsible
wasn't he?
people. We were just trying to make sure that our motion was withdrawn. You got that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Thought I see Bruce.
We did our part.
All right. So I think we dispense with that other matter too, what we do with the recommendation for the current.
We discussed it.
Having no other action regarding these prices, they'll stay, the docket will stay as it is
Until September.
until September. Okay, good, thank you. Let's move ahead.
So,
I was hoping Colette didn't leave, did she?
She did.
Yes,
She retired and left. All at once.
The retirement party starts at 4.
Shoot, I was gonna recognize her and then,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
I think procedurally, since they had made a request and you guys had delayed action on it, you have to formally deny that.
The request of Custer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
I would move to deny their request and we'll consider it later.
okay, is there a second? By Bruce. Motion, Gene, second, Bruce. We deny Custer County's district's request and for further consideration. More discussion?
Why?
Huh?
Let them know the reason why.
The reason was because we're taking it under further.
Advisement.
We're not ready. Okay, all in favor say aye, opposed nay.
Tom.
Aye.
Bruce.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Charlie.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Dwayne.
Aye.
Greg.
Aye.
Jason. Doug.
Motion carried. Ooh, okay. Next item, we just want to have a little feedback from any of you commission members and or Angela regarding the locally led, local work group meetings that we had. I know Dean and Bruce and I went to the Huron one. I don't know who went to the Philip.
Did anybody go to Philip?
Great.
Greg went.
Okay, anyone want to just give a brief overview of your perspective?
I'll start off. Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. The presentations were really well done. And the districts came up with some really good projects. So I think it was a good effort. And I certainly hope the districts felt that they got something out of it. You know, I didn't see a lot of feedback from them other than, you know, the work that they produced, but well, certainly it was a learning experience for me. And so I think overall it was a real good exercise.
I learned a lot too. I think anything that can stimulate action, you know, is good.
Right.
Follow through will be the important thing. Bruce or Dean?
He was probably the best facilitator I've heard in a very long time. I mean, that facilitator was excellent.
Pretty dynamic.
Yes, he was incredibly good.
Okay, we've had some discussion. Angela has talked to some of us about an idea she has.
Well, as you mentioned, the districts came up with a lot of ideas for projects just based on their work groups within the meeting the trainings that we had. We are considering inviting Ray Ledgerwood, who was a facilitator, long experience working with conservation districts on the national, local, and state level, to do a follow-up at convention. Your meeting would be the first thing in the morning on Monday, and then instead of doing regular workshop sessions, we'd have Ray until lunch. And then, of course, we do the Leopold like we always do. So that is part of the things we're talking about doing with convention. We're also having follow-up at the area meetings from the districts about what's your local work, have you got your local work group organized? Are you, and for those of you that were not at the meeting, should know that in the 2014 Farm Bill, I believe it was, might have been earlier, 28, the U.S. Department of Agriculture designates that conservation districts will convene the local work groups and identify the local resource concerns. And so we pointed out over and over to them that that's their job. One of the things we kept hearing, and I think we heard it in here as well as in Phillip, is we're putting these group resource concerns and projects together, but we have no funding. And one of my thoughts was, then I talked to Doug about it, is that as an incentive for the conservation districts to really fully immerse themselves in the local work group process, is if there was a possibility that some of the conservation grants funding could be either given preference for those that bring in their projects as a result of a local work group meeting. You know, they've been out, they've asked the local resource concerns, they've identified the issues. It doesn't have to be a huge project, it doesn't have to be the full county, it can be just a small area, but they have this concern. So whether they get preference or for funding, or we set aside, as we did with the ag waste program, which probably most of you don't remember, but you set aside a certain amount of dollars to serve as incentives for districts to continue to work, you know, they've done the planning, let's give them an incentive to help implement the project. So that was one of my ideas.
Any reaction?
Seeing a lot of blank faces.
How
I
much?
understand that. How much?
How much?
I didn't have that is your guys' decision, not mine. I wasn't looking for a lot of money for a district. I wasn't gonna say you give them $25,000. But I was thinking, you know, you can give them up to $5,000 to serve as a seed money to move that project forward. I mean, we have the list of the potential projects each district identified. If you were in western South Dakota, you may have guessed pipelines and water were one of the biggest issues. And I think we even saw some of that in Huron, especially in the southeast now. But there was a variety of issues, and we can share that information with you. In fact, it's on our website. Ray Ledgerwood's presentations are now on our private YouTube channel. So you can, and we broke them down into segments so that you don't have to watch all 6.5 hours at one time. But they are really good. And we've been adding additional things to that, our website, as well as to the YouTube channel of the materials that are available. So we're trying to encourage as much as possible to the districts. You've got this training, let's start getting work groups going and let's start identifying concerns. So.
Okay, I don't think we have to make any decision
No, you
here,
don't have
just
to
something
today.
to ponder. How do we get that momentum moving forward with these local work groups? Is a little bit of seed money thrown out there? Is it a few crumbs? Is that gonna do anything, or? You know,
Doesn't stop them.
The commission does have the authority to prioritize resource issues in the state and direct some of the grant fund to that priority.
Right.
We have not done so, but that, at least to my knowledge, maybe one time there was
We did it with ag waste and we did it with.
with the fire.
Well, with some drought stuff,
Yeah,
a
we
few
did
years
the-
ago where it was water development, you
Right.
guys considered applications first in the grant round that addressed those issues, and then you did everything else.
And we did some on fires.
Yep.
When the fire, I think that was 2012, when we had so many fires across the state because of drought. We did some prioritization on fire recovery.
Abandoned wells.
Abandoned wells, we did that for a while. That's why it's still in the docket. Yeah, because that was an issue. So that's an issue out there and that might be the way to go. I mean, you heard in quite a few of the applications that they are listening to the local people, but we just need that formalized. Go out and ask everybody, whether it be heart of Rapid City or the top of Black Elk. That's a big enough contrast, right?
Okay, well, thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
I would, so we don't just drop this, forget about it, I'd ask that we kind of think it over and maybe at our next meeting, put it on the agenda and see if anybody has any right ideas.
Mr. Chairman, just when I walked in, I heard that the House voted the Farm Bill and passed the Farm Bill out of the whole House today. And so that was a step in the right direction. You know, I'm sure there'll be a lot of amendments and everything.
Any big things out of the House bill?
What?
Any big things coming out of the Farm Bill that would help out conservation?
Well, my biggest concern is the president's budget. He significantly puts major cuts in USDA in order to pay for bombs for our Department of Defense.
War.
And that's the proposed budget, so we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, next item, if time permits, I think we could have a little time permitting for fall.
Yeah, I can give it pretty quick. So, I'll stick with kind of the repair and buffer initiative, update. A lot of movement in between meetings, so I think that's always important to give those kind of status update where we're at. Unfortunately, I'd like to really quickly, for Greg and Jason to just kind of overview of the repair and buffer initiative. Was established in 2021, based on some, dollars that were appropriated from the state legislature to the department to improve water quality in the Big Sioux Basin. So we initially started with $3 million. We established the project, called it the Repair and Buffer Initiative. We later got some funds from the Board of Water and Natural Resources from some, we'll call it leftover, American Recovery Act funds for water and wastewater infrastructure projects, totaling $10 million. So we've had available $10 million for this project. It really took off after everything was kind of established. It really took off in about the fall of 2023. Another good thing when it comes to funding is we were also appropriate, because the funding, the current $10 million, whether it's, well, the state has already been exhausted, and then the federal dollars we have to have spent by October. But this year's, during the 2026 legislative session, we got another $8 million appropriated from Senate Bill 222. So the project will live on for at least another 4 years, bringing the total to 18 million, if, you know, at the end of the day. So right now we're working on finishing up $7 million from the, we'll just call it the $10 million from the, that we had available initially. Right now we have 125 contracts that have been put in place. There's, which equates to about 228 miles of buffer. That's, a lot of it's on stream, but there's some lakes as well. As part of the initiative, we also decided to provide incentives to animal waste management systems that NRCS was working on through the EQIP program. They're extremely expensive. They can only incentivize them so much, and so we added an incentive on top of that as well. We've helped incentivize 7 feedlots for almost $1 million. The total investment on just the riparian projects has been $7.8 million, and so we have a total of about 2.2 remaining that we need to spend by October. And I believe we're gonna do that because we have roughly $5 million in projects that our staff is currently working through. And so, yeah, as soon as we work through that, we'll have the $8 million to continue the project. One of the highlights with RBI, Tanner Clausen was one of the first person that we assigned to work on that, so he was coordinating that project out of Sioux Falls, and then we hired another person to coordinate out west. And Tanner just recently took another position, so we have to hire somebody to fill Tanner's position. So I have that open. We've been getting, I think we have got about 15 applicants at this point, so closes May 8th. We'll get somebody in his place and hopefully keep rolling. One of the things that's extremely important, we get a lot of help from partners. And I can rattle off all the partners, all the conservation partners have been instrumental in helping with us. They'll send us, you know, producers, landowners that are willing, or that want to do these repairing projects and ag waste systems. So with that, I'll just leave it at that unless you have any questions.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Any questions?
Sweet. Are you seeing any quantifiable changes in water quality?
That's always a question that gets asked. To be honest with you, you know, statewide, X amount, 228 miles, I would say at this time, nothing we can put our finger on, but there are some projects that have gone in line. Bruley Creek's a good example down south of Sioux Falls, where we've actually done, I think it's like 10 miles of projects all in a row. So we're contemplating at some point, you know, staff's got a bunch of other stuff to do, but at some point, once things slow down a little bit, we'd really like to start sampling upstream, downstream, and see if we've made a difference. But in the world of locally led incentive-based conservation, you know, it's gonna take a while, and until you get a lot of it done, just a few practices, you know, probably aren't gonna move the needle a lot, but the more we do with repairing buffer, and NRCS does, and we do with 318, sorry, a big hand waver, you know, there's all the different conservation that's being put on the ground. I think, you know, at some point, we'll be able to, we have ways to evaluate that, based on where we're at with, some of the assessment work that we do on lakes and streams in the state.
Ultimately, that's the goal anyway, is to improve water quality, so.
We, basically the way I report it, most of the time when that question's asked, is we run a model to determine how each of these practices, how much pollutants have been reduced, and you know, we're reducing a lot of pollutants that otherwise would have stayed, you know, would have been in a waterway. So we're up to like, I forget, you know, it's thousands of tons of sediment and a lot of nutrients and E. coli bacteria from egg waste. So we're showing positive strides and reductions.
Roberts County had a PL 566 25 years ago, $1 million, which was a lot of money back there, on Big Stone, cleaning up Big Stone. And exactly what he said, you know, we did a lot of projects. We can't go out and sample as, oh, look at that, we're improved it by 50%. But all that stuff is an improvement in the environment, and it works and starts improving the creeks going down into Big Stone Lake. So it's just part of the process. It took 100 years to foul it up, and it's going to take more than that to clean it up. But at least we're working at it.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Any commissioners have any things?
Just the speech contest this year, and I think this is my 4th time. Jordan did a real nice job with it. I volunteered again because nobody else, and it's really worthwhile to go to. My goal someday is to pick number 1 or even number 2. This year was a little bit disappointing from years past because there just weren't that number of participants that there were. And although there were some very good ones, there also were some ones that the quality was just, you know, it's the first time I've experienced that. But when it comes up again next year, any member of the commission that wants to volunteer to judge that speech contest, it is absolutely, definitely worth it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so I would suggest that if nobody volunteers next year, if I'm here, I'll volunteer again because it's definitely worth it. It's a good experience. And it also, you know, gives you a little bit of faith in the upcoming generation.
I point that out to Jason and Greg. April isn't it like late April usually?
It was March 29th. So end of March, yeah. So, or
it is, I've done it too. It's good experience.
Yep.
Okay, anybody else? Thanks, Charlie, for doing that. Advisory board member, Mike, do you wanna?
Go first and I'll follow up.
I'll keep this short and sweet because we've been here long enough. But just want to give an update. Tony Sinceri's detail ends on Friday, but then he's going to take a couple weeks off, and his wife is expecting twins here shortly. So Jessica Mahalski will remain acting till around July 1st.
Is Tony moving on?
No, he'll be back. So his detail's done, but now he's prepping his nursery and then maternity leave, and so somewhere around July 1st, we look to have him back in the state full-time as our boss, so. And then with Colette's retirement today, we're down to 260 employees, so we had like 320, you know, a little over a year ago, so we were down significant staff, but the lights are still on, every office is open and staffed at this point, so we're still doing our work, just with less people.
How many years did Colette have in?
36.
Yeah,
36.
Ever since that was.
slightly less than me.
Okay, Angela, tell us, how many years have you had in?
I started working for American Creek in 1982, and I started with the association in '88. Go ahead.
Then we're working on our obligating our equip contracts with the participants. We're still working on our conservation stewardship program. We're getting those ranked. I think that ranking deadline is a week from Friday. Then we've been working on, the regenerative pilot program. They're, use 25% of the funds for each of both our equip and our CSP programs to go towards that pilot program, which basically are doing a soil health test at the beginning and the end to see if the practices that we're doing are moving the mark on soil health. So it'll be interesting to see the results on these soil health tests. So should hopefully further our mission to stop that. Any questions you guys have for me?
Budget questions. I've been reading that the feds are going to, in fact, I think I read an article the other day where South Dakota is going to be really cut back for where maybe one or less.
I haven't seen that article personally, but somebody told me about that this morning. But that's based off President Trump's budget where he zeroed CTA out, which CTA is non-program, it's just conservation technical assistance. You know, a producer walks in the door with a problem, that's what pays, for us to work with them. He actually zeroed it out in last year's proposed budget. This year actually left some money in it. I mean, I fully expect Congress will change it, but who knows? President's budget did zero it out, but that number thing was based on his project, his budget, so I don't, really can't comment too much further about it, but yeah, we will still have mandatory program funding too, so that will pay for staff that's not accounted for in that article, so.
I assume along with that, he's cutting back on all the program funding too.
No, not really. They kind of renamed the Inflation Reduction Act, but we're supposed to get a big swelling of dollars. And they renamed them in the big beautiful bill. But those dollars are still there. We're supposed to get an increase in program funding next year and the year after, I believe, so. Fairly significant.
You have no way to implement
But
it.
fewer people to do it, yes. Yeah, well.
Thanks, Mike.
You bet.
Angela, do you have any
Well, just want to bring one issue that's come to everybody's attention. As you've been driving across South Dakota, have you noticed a few road ditches full of dirt? Not many?
Not up in our area.
Well, statewide, it's been a problem. In fact, if you were down by Lincoln County last week, that was blowing dust that caused that accident.
Yes, it was.
And we're seeing more and more complaints on Facebook and coming to some of the districts, and then I'm getting quite a few phone calls myself. We're up to our third cemetery now that we know of that has been getting covered with blow dirt. We resolved the one in Jones County a few years ago, if you remember, but now looks like we'll have a complaint in Fall River. And then we found there was one on Facebook at Wanbley, I believe. But the publicity's getting out there that we've got an erosion problem. And so Bill and Paul and I talked yesterday, and we all agreed, well, we're also here for the districts, because there's a lot of new employees out there, is that they don't know about the sediment erosion control law. Or they don't know how to implement it. And if you recall, that was passed in the 70s. The districts have to handle the complaints on excessive erosion and sediment control. And so it's time for another refresher, I believe, for the districts. Probably wouldn't hurt to give you guys a refresher too, so you know what's going on, of the Erosion Control Act and how you implement it, and the Blowing Dust Act and the Highway Damage Act. And so we're working on a process of maybe doing some videos on it or webinars, so that we've got that interaction with the districts. So I'm not sure they all read what we send them, or including our emails. Paul, Bill, do you want to add to that? I just wanted to bring it to your guys' attention. Yeah, sorry. Han County's one of our, but there's a lot of counties out there. And we're going to hear about it at the legislature, because Wouldn't you know, 34 has got a lot of them.
Be good to have as an agenda item for one of our future meetings. Just a review of
Yep.
responsibilities.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, thank you. Any, let's see. Anybody else? Anybody on the phone yet that would be an advisory? Any public comment? Hearing none? Any other new business that needs to be brought up?
By the way, Colette's retirement party is up at the field house up by Menards. If you want to stop in.
Next meeting, location and place.
It's historically, Mr. Chairman, it's been in July, we have a loan round. So, that's, and we've done it by teleconference, just because that's what, or if the commission wants to meet face to face, we usually, if there's a handful of loan applications, you guys just play it by ear if you want.
Okay. We'll kind of leave it, if it's just a small number of loans, we'll do it by phone. If there's a need to be face to face, we'll be in touch.
Do we have a date?
Usually what we'll do, Greg, is we'll just send a query out to the commissioners to find out who's available and what times work best.
Okay. Sometime in July.
4th or 3rd.
Any other, things for the good of the order? If not, meeting's adjourned.
So everyone get your travel paperwork to April.
April, you got mine?
Yeah.
Gene's signature.
So, Gene and Doug, if you just wanna hang loose here, I'll go grab that.
Okay.
I knew about it.
So.
That's
Well,
okay.
wait.
No,
Yes,
not that.
sir. Watch out for
Just need the
Peter.
mileage.
Yes.
That's what I got. Yeah, what is the time of the year? I don't know.
Well, is that because it's this time of the year? Yeah.
Actually,
Well, I know the
actually,
turkey.
I determined for the,
You did with that. So you do.
yeah, we do need the time, and then we'll estimate the time you got back for when we recessed here.
I guess I should, but.
I'm thinking naysayer.
Really, it's good to listen. You know what, the dumbest thing, oh, you mean, there's also the,
Was it priest said that?
yeah.
You gotta do it. He's never hunted turkeys.
No, but he has, a lot of dogs. Well, we got plenty of turkeys.
Can I use
Come
some
out
more?
at night, in the evening.
They make travels.
What she told me was if you, you have my phone number,
I figured I could figure it out somehow.
yep, I'll give it to you and then we'll.
We'll have fun.
Yes.
Can't have fun.
8134.
Charlie,
You'll just send me some yours, I think I got yours, you sent me over.
Good to meet you. Lots to learn. He's out there telling us a bit better. Good to meet you.
I promise to give you feedback and
You bet. See you back.
Sounds like you two guys got it all figured out.
We've known each other for a while.
Yes, sir.
Well, see you later. Alan, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
thanks.
I sent you my email.
Well, let's see.
Well, it's back right over there.
Okay. The gentleman in the leather coat we need, and then the gentleman in the vest over here we need.
I don't know.
I'm not paying $40 a month.
So let's grab him first.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Good, she's got, I think, she's got a little bit of a scare. Classic person.
This person said just to get
Yeah. Man, but wait till it's about.
Yep.
So 70% are right.
Found nothing.
Isn't that something? Get there, you
Well, I was trying to do something.
What day you survived?
No, I got it all electronic, so I think it would be enough. You have one roll call.
More for you. This is, one's Coddington, one's Dewey. And we'll have, then we'll cut with you then.
So you get paid.
I think I would, well,
Well, have fun, be careful out there. Dewey, they say.
Take care.
Well, I'll see you.
Yep, are you guys
See ya.
gonna be here for a few minutes, so I can bring this back in?
Oh, yeah, yeah. We'll be here.
I'm just parked right out front, so
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
yeah.
Thank you, sir. See you
Yes.
next time.
Yep, see you, travel safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Best to get that date. Oh, okay.
then I'll bring it back.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, we need to have Doug sign both of these bad boys. That one, use my pen, Doug. My special pen. You sign here. And then I have another one you sign. Doesn't feel like there has to be.
You took off the tree system.
Nope.
They own lots of land.
To listen in on the.
Oh, God.
No.
Well, tonight.
I think Dale probably still wants his
Doug, you need to sign a promissory note.
I keep April copy.
For Dewey. This is Coddington's promissory note, this is Dewey's. You sign right here. And I'll add chair. That is Dewey's notarized. I'll take care of that.
Yeah, I'm just putting in, you know,
Big one down there too.
It doesn't produce
all
anything.
together now, right? You're on,
Sit there and let it freaking cool down.
salt and the compaction layer is right on the edge of the field.
Okay, that's it. We just saved 2 weeks via mail. And a trip into town to get it notarized. Well, there's an end of an era about to happen. The Pier Boys, I'm sure there'll be a new crop that'll come along, but the Pier Boys that come up to Webster to chase geese, I don't know if they'll, I think the Williams boys like it, because they have an uncle up there. And, you know, they stop in and see the mayor of Webster. Yeah. Who buys it for a year. In fact, Noah shot the minnow at the one of the local taverns where they do minnow shots.
But when they took over.
It was the other one destroyed one place. It was at the Legion. Yeah. So he's got 2 different t-shirts on there. It wasn't
Well, okay.
But yeah, no,
There is one spot
out in Hot Springs, so he won't be probably
in, maybe it's winter wheat, or maybe it's just some covered crop.
Get an increase in the wildlife population.
Yeah, although they said that this year they didn't shoot as many geese. Shot more geese out here this summer than he did in Webster, but they put a bird on the house. It was just terrible. In fact, he and his buddies went over to Clark County and also out to Grant County. He shot a really nice bufflehead and scout. He's getting mounted, and then he shot a spectacular goose.
Well, I better get back to the office.
Reverse migrating back.
All directions from now. Because when
He's got 3 birds on next that I'll probably figure out a way to go get next fall or next spring.
Yeah, I bet. After pairs of tough springs. That's been fun.
Yeah.
Time of the year.
He's got, after graduation, he's got 2 weeks off, he's gonna goof around before he gets to fixing fence and.
Is he gonna get a real job out there?
Yeah, he's gonna go work for Black Hills Power, starts the day after Memorial. Corporate accountant.
Good for him. See you, Dean.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get more culture
Yeah.
in Rapid City. Going to see a dance recital.
That's what I'm doing tomorrow night.
I'm not sure how much the tickets cost, but
You'll pay.
So.
Okay, see ya.
Yep, take care, travel safe.
You said you got a dance recital tomorrow night?
Yeah,
My fiance's daughter has that too. We got it all day Friday and Saturday.
yeah, I'm just going to one performance.
That's what I told her. I was like, I don't know if I can sit for 9 hours of it.
I was gonna say, as a grandpa, you only have to do, that's what my father-in-law used to say, as a parent, you gotta do the whole thing.
Yeah, there's 3 my daughter will be going to all. Well, I got 2 that'll be, oldest is 13, and then the youngest is 8.
Oh, so she's probably dancing the same one as my fiance's daughter, so she's doing hip hop and tap dance.
Yeah.
Is that Sarah's? Or which studio?
The one's by Zesto, whatever that one is. Zesto's.
Yeah, that's the same one.
Same academy.
Oh, Pier Dance Academy?
I think so.
Okay, I'll just do that, yeah, I was gonna say.
We're gonna play Naples minor.
Okay.
Well, I'll probably see, actually, no, I won't see that.
Yeah.
I'm not
What's
going
nice
tomorrow.
is I don't have to deal with that stuff.
Tomorrow though, I'm going home tomorrow, on Saturday by way of Mitchell. Grandson, Boyer, is baseball. Baseball. Yeah, really, they call it the early bird tournament.
So is he in travel involved? Yeah. So Noah did travel team, we would start that before school even did, and he'd be doing that all the way through July. I get nostalgic for those days, but I don't miss them.
Well, someday you'll be going to.
So Jordan,
Yeah, but
You'll be a step parent someday, huh?
Yes, I could just sit
Yeah,
there.
well, they both live with me now, so I'm already doing it all.
I don't have to
Just
put the
wondered
investment
if
in this
you
one.
Yep. Getting married and.
Well,
June.
yeah, see you later. Thanks, Greg. Yep. Seeing you.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Greg, see you later. Take care.
married a woman with 2 children from a previous marriage. They were,
Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Links to live events and their archives are available at sd.net. Thank you for listening to the South Dakota Network, a service of SDPB. Links to live events and their archives are available